joys of a shared computer. Okay. Okay. Am I coming through clearly enough?
I mean, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. It just sounds a little muffled,
it sounds a little down a tunnel. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe they knocked the microphone over or something. Or maybe just I need to install better drivers for it. I don't know. I just got this computer back up and running. Okay. Oh, there I am. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back. I can see everybody's beautiful faces again. That's
right,
nice.
Minecraft.
Yes.
It's gonna break.
Don't fucking jinx it. Don't you dare fucking
Well,
jinx it.
I already lost Maggie and Bess and John once, but...
I can see everyone right now. So.
I can see everyone right now. I had to refresh, though.
I knocked on wood, guys.
Okay, good. There you go. I got my dice tower. There we go. Knocked.
Specifically, I knocked on zebra wood. Yeah.
I knocked on my dice tower.
Brendan.
Dice tray. Wood.
Oh, very cool.
I'm so happy.
All right. Okay. Brain space. Right. Okay. Let me. I need to boot up the DM brain for a moment. You need a little Windows 95 sound effect.
Yeah. Makes the.
I do just want to say that I really enjoy that. When I tell someone Bella stepped in shit again, the only reaction I get is a sigh.
Okay. So,
okay, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
No, this time.
It was not. For once, it was not.
It was not his fault that everything is on fire.
Literally.
Hashtag Bella said nothing wrong this time.
Music. Wednesday's a hectic time.
Hashtag Bella did nothing wrong. Hashtag this time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think since we played so recently, it's all still fresh in our minds. That Velis and Felice were reconnoitering, scouting, scouting ahead to see what is on the other side of this town. In a fancy place. They discovered that it's highly segregated, that non-elves do not have the ability to move freely between the wooded side and the city side. And then shortly after Felice caught a whiff of something foul, there was some kind of ruckus that distracted the guards long enough for someone, seemingly an elf, to kind of pass on by. But that shortly resulted in fireballs exploding and people going up in flames and guards going up in flames and alarm kind of going out. So all of that is happening, and if you can kind of sort of imagine a freeze frame, and then the camera zooms way out and goes back in time, and then it kind of goes back to the inn with Elias and Cortana sort of leaving, going off to go get something. And what is Velis and Aiden doing while everyone is off?
Weary and Aiden, you mean?
Right. We're
Aiden.
Velis has a clone now. Velis is Velis.
Oh no.
The other Velis.
Not.
I mean, Waria was going to hang out at the inn. She was at some point during this time going to ask the innkeeper about the whole Raven thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's weird.
Right.
And I think Aiden was going to ask her about her weird new magic. I think that's what I understood.
Pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay. So when you approach her and ask her, so what's up with the whole Raven thing? Reza, she's kind of rolls her eyes a bit. It's the Veil don't really truck much with the matron of ravens here. They it's some kind of thing that goes way back. Something to do with where they came from. I don't know too much. I don't ask much about it. But yeah, apparently there was a thing, and they don't like her.
Quite a bit of a thing if they have people hunt down ravens for them.
I mean, ravens have always kind of been seen as the messengers of the matron of ravens, and so they
Can't imagine why.
Don't want the ravens bringing messages.
I think at this point it's really just a petty grudge. I mean,
Fair enough.
Her voice gets a little bit quiet because there is like an elf or two in the tap room, and she has been speaking kind of quietly, but her voice lowers a little bit more. And she's like, "Elves live a long time, and their grudges live longer."
Fair enough. Well, thank you. I've never seen anything quite like a man walking through a market with a stick full of ravens, and I was a bit curious.
Ooh, that'd be worth quite a bit there.
Yes, he did mention that they pay well for them.
Yeah, it's hit or miss. I mean, you'd think that there wouldn't be many ravens left, but occasionally someone does happen across them. But for the most part, they're hard to find.
Keep their distance.
Of anybody trying to dye other bird corpses black?
Oh, I don't think anyone would be so stupid as to try something like that.
There's always someone stupid enough to try that.
I'm sure someone was that stupid, but it probably
Exactly once.
didn't go so well. Exactly once.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to pass crows off as ravens. I'm not there.
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying.
Yeah, Elias isn't even there.
I'm not there. I'm just saying.
Well, thank you anyway. Regardless,
Cool.
I was just curious.
Sure.
Goes to sit somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm imagining that I was there for that conversation.
You chimed in, so it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was like, I don't have anything better to do. They left.
yeah, they went off. It's just
I'm sorry.
Right.
So I'll follow Weird to the table.
Yeah.
So,
Pro-activating.
when'd you pick up that new trick?
Oh, she shrugs and says, "Well, you remember?" Hold on, I'm double checking the name because I'm bad at this. River Dancer. I thought so. I was like, let me make sure. You remember River Dancer, right?
The unicorn?
He
I mean,
was
at
a
least that's my
unicorn.
guess, considering you're carrying around a horn.
Well,
Did we ever learn its name?
I don't know.
yes,
if we
he did. We did get the
I think
name.
you did, yeah.
maybe to you. I don't know.
I was like, I don't
I
remember.
don't know if it got passed on to the rest of us.
Yeah, it may have been just to me, and if that's the case, then you wouldn't know the name, but you'd probably pick it up. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
figure out from unicorn horn. Yeah. Well, was a unicorn. Now I made friends with a Kieran, I guess.
Do I know what a Kieran is?
Vaguely something extraplanar.
I feel like my brother probably.
Yeah, you remember your brother talking about something excitedly, and you could have sworn it was like you. There's a beer somewhere in the Empire known as a Kieran, and you thought that he was talking about like beer, and you got really excited that like maybe you have something that you can talk about in common, and no, it's some random extraplanar celestial creature.
Okay, that's a big deal, I guess.
Very, very large, a lot like a unicorn, only a lot bigger.
All right.
Apparently, unicorns can be cumbersome somehow. I don't quite know how that worked, but it's a thing that actually did happen. So,
And you just decided to make friends with it, or?
we have very similar goals. you know.
Yeah.
Much better making friends with a Kieran than Jenny. Didn't like Jenny.
Not sure why you're mentioning her in particular, but
As we're just
yes,
sort of
I can
rambles
agree.
oddly.
Yeah, there's some context that nobody knows about.
All right. Yeah. So I
Like,
guess
I guess
this hasn't come up.
Is bad, but
So, the night after we came back from the mine that last time.
Yes, I was there.
Well, I went out for a while and I went to the temple and I followed a wind, I guess is the best way to put it. And I mean, literally, that's what happened. And I went to go talk to Riverdancer, the unicorn, and Jenny showed up, and she tried to convince me that I should go with her, but I don't like her very much.
Probably a decent read on her, yeah.
So, I told her no. After she tried to convince me that the greater good isn't very good, I didn't really understand her point there, because good things are good. And then I talked to Riverdancer and made friends with him. We made some agreements and I picked up some new skills.
I mean...
And a giant unicorn horn.
Yeah? You could probably sell that for a good amount.
I think I'll keep it. Thank you. It's rather useful.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, it's actually very useful.
Well, yeah, you were shooting, sparkly beams out of it.
Yep.
Well, I mean...
I love how awkward the two highest charisma characters are. Thank you so much.
This is a conversation.
They're so different.
Members, and it's so
Yeah.
It's like we have nothing
Am I looking into a mirror here?
Flash
What
of
the fuck?
charisma of
I don't
different
know how to
charisma.
talk to this person.
Yeah.
Maria's too happy.
Not to mention, this is just really? That's all that happened?
Literally all that happened. She took.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how trustworthy these kinds of creatures are on a basis, but, it's your life, your choices.
I mean, unicorns are pretty good.
Well, you said it wasn't a unicorn.
Well, Kieran's are very similar. He was a unicorn. So okay. So what happened is I talked to the unicorn.
Okay.
And then Riverdancer had me take his horn. And then the horn broke off. And he transformed into a Kieran.
Okay. I don't know if that's how that works, naturally.
Yeah.
It's how it worked this time. I don't know. Literally, that's what happened.
Okay.
One of the elves that's
that's
sitting
how
like
that works.
2 tables away is just sort of sitting there staring at you both. Their heads kind of cocked to the side, and they're just like...
Wow, they've been drinking a lot of Kieran.
It's the ale. Okay,
So yeah, I mean, he wanted help dealing with some of, well, I mean, the things that happened in Tresoa.
Yeah.
And I mean, he had useful skills, and I I was doing those things anyway, so it seemed like a fair trade.
Yeah, just to add, as somebody who has partaken in a lot of deals, some with money, some with other things, just make sure your end of it is worth it.
I will.
That's all.
I think it'll be okay. It's not bad.
I mean, you're talking to a guy who made a deal with a sword that was made by a creature that exists outside of reality, so...
That's a little bit different, but I can understand. At least my deal is with a...
At least you met him in person, right?
Yeah!
And it wasn't, in the middle of a traumatic event.
All good things. I'm sorry that yours was in the middle of a traumatic event. That's...
I've come to terms with it. Can I get another round?
All right.
Yeah.
Most awkward conversation between two high charisma characters, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Reza comes by, she puts down two more mugs, or one more mug. Actually, probably two more mugs, one for each of you.
Yeah.
Light kind of fills the interiors. The front door opens. Figure kind of steps in, closes the door behind them. And you can see they're, sort of plainly clothed, but they're half elf. And they kind of look around the tap room. And when their eyes sort of settle on you two, they sort of very hesitantly kind of begin to make their way straight to you. He's younger, plain, simple, basically like linen and woolen clothing. Hard to get a read on other than male half elf. He doesn't seem. He's certainly no armored warrior. He doesn't seem to be carrying any weapons or wearing any armor or anything like that. But he's basically just got a very plain features, shoulder length brown hair. That is very conspicuously combed to kind of cover his ears. And he kind of makes his way over to you both, and sort of gestures to one of the open chairs and asks, "May I sit and have a moment of your time?"
Looks at Aiden for a second and says,
I have a moment to give.
"Yeah, sure. Join us."
He sort of looks at some of the other patrons in the room who aren't really particularly interested in him, and sit down, and he sort of like, he seems very nervous, not very sure of himself. Okay. Yes, thank you. Well, no, thank you. I don't have any. I don't have much coin.
Don't worry about that.
He seems sort of surprised. Okay, thank you.
Is everything all right? You seem...
Looks like you could use a drink.
Well, I don't. And you can see him like he like nervously like. It's the opposite of trying to pull the hair out of your face and kind of tuck it behind your ears. It's like he's nervously making sure that his features are covered as much as possible. Sort of, it's like a kind of like a tick, almost. So there's been word that you all had found the first ranger, and perhaps you had learned something about what had happened to her. And the council, he says this, he's like getting kind of quieter and quieter, has asked to see you. Is that true?
Well, I can't imagine how that got around with the fanfare they made.
Loud trumpets this morning?
Yes.
Why do you ask?
I sort of rubs his neck a little bit. I don't. He seems to be reluctant to get out whatever it is that he wants to say. He kind of takes another drink. And Reza, she comes over. Gives. I'm not sure if you just had given him your drink or not, but she comes over, brings another one down, puts it on the table, and kind of puts a hand on his shoulder, kind of reassuringly, and gives it a little pat, and then walks back to the bar. And he sort of steels himself a bit. He's like, "We need your help. We need someone. We need someone who might be partial to our cause to get a message to the council. There are some of us in the city who don't like the status quo. There's a lot of division in this city and a lot of trouble for those who aren't of the right birthright. And it's been like that for a very long time, and I think it needs to... We think that maybe something should be done about that. And the first ranger, she was oh, what's the word for it?
Sympathetic?
Yes. Thank you. I could not think of the damn word. She was sympathetic. She was not born of the same bloodline, and so she'd sort of risen as high as she could in her station. But with her passing, our connection and our contacts within the council are gone. There is someone on the council who is also sympathetic to our cause, who is tired of the status quo, and we need to let whoever they are know that, you know, we still need to reach out. We need them to come forward, because with the loss of the first ranger, it had taken us so long to just get someone sort of on our side, but we don't know who else we might be able to turn to. And seeing as how you're strangers, and perhaps maybe any sort of like looks at you a little bit, Aiden, understanding of maybe or perhaps maybe aligned with the principles of what we believe in. Maybe you really I'm really bad at this.
It's all right.
My sister is much better. But
who's your sister?
Well, we're sort of adopted. Yeah. So
not sister by blood?
No. We were both orphans taken in by a dwarf woman. She could never have children of her own, and so she kind of took us in. My sister and I we don't fit into this society, and so instead of, this is our home and the home of so many others, and we thought maybe instead of leaving, we could make things better.
It's a good goal. But what sort of, how did you want us to get a message to the council?
Well,
we're strangers. Why would they listen to us in any way?
Well, like, how secretive do you want us to be with this?
Also, probably a good question.
And he pulls from a satchel at his side a bouquet of lilies, and he sort of sets it down on the table. We would always communicate through non-written means, so that if something that we would share or say would never get anyone into trouble. And so we have a system sort of communication through flowers. And so these lilies are, they basically, they mean help. It's sort of, it's probably the closest message that we could to the simplest, most straightforward message, I think. That I don't know how you might present them, but by bringing these to the council in some way, perhaps might encourage the council member who is sympathetic to our cause to perhaps reach out or to come forward. Because with the first ranger gone, I don't know what else we might do.
She looks at the lilies. Just carrying a bouquet of lilies in might be a little bit strange, but I don't know what else to do with them.
I mean, it's not so much the bouquet of lilies as just the lily itself.
Right. No, I understand, but they're lilies. Unless lilies in this world are much smaller, lilies are very large flowers.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if they were little flowers, like you could braid them in people's hair, and then we're dressed up, right? So it looks. I bet Felice would wear flowers in her hair, and I would wear flowers in my hair, but I don't think anyone else would really wear flowers in their hair, but we would.
Just
I got braid before.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, present them as like a gift or
something like that.
Perhaps it's just
an option.
I mean, I don't know, but if you bring lilies to the council, it will mean something significant to one of them, and I think that message
and probably nothing to the others.
I don't believe so. I don't think anyone knows what we've done so far.
Okay.
Is that maybe something you might be able to do?
We can try. We'd obviously, have to talk to our friends before we walk in there. But
he nods.
But if they would only mean something to one person, I don't see any reason why we couldn't. And she looks at Aiden to see if he has any disagreement with that.
You're the one who's a fan of the greater good.
Well, do you have any issues with it?
I personally, I'm not invested in it, but I mean, I don't have an issue if the group decides to do it.
Fair enough. Yes. Well, as I said, we'd have to talk to everyone else, just in case someone does have some concerns. But for all of me, I don't see a problem with it. You just want to make things better, right?
There are those, I think, who they're a little less patient, and want to do something sooner or more drastic. But we think it would be better to really focus on appealing to the hearts and minds of everyone, and it just doesn't seem right that the blood in your veins should determine your rights or who you can marry, and he kind of like stops for a moment and blushes a little bit, or B, but I mean, we don't really. I mean, we're kind of simple people. I mean, we certainly don't want to fight.
Do you think the people who want to do something more drastic might do that soon, or?
Well, I don't think so. That would be ridiculous. I mean, the Veiled wield all the power in this city. There's no fighting them. And he kind of like seems like.
And yet, you think you can make a change with flowers?
Sometimes
Better than violence.
That I definitely agree with that.
I don't see how one's better than the other, honestly.
Worth trying before violence.
If we can convince one of the council, then who's to say we can't convince more?
When our friends get back, we will speak to them, and unless they disagree, unless the group decides that we can't, I don't see any problem with it. But I can't obviously speak for everybody.
No. Really, it would mean so much. Even just this one gesture. Thank you.
Of course, I hope we can help.
Kind of looks around at some of the other patrons and whatnot, but then it's been kind of quiet conversation and doesn't seem like anyone's really been paying attention. He sort of finishes his drink and thank you for the drink and this isn't really your fight. It's not your home, but it would mean a lot if you could help. Friends, thank you. Kind of
see what we can do. Thank you.
Turns to go, and he sort of glances over at Reza and kind of gives a nod of his head, and she nods back as he leaves.
Ernest, little guy.
Well, that was a bit unexpected.
Reza comes by and picks up his mug. He means well. Wound up a bit tight, though. But yeah, no. There are those in the city who are kind of done with things as they are.
I've been here a couple hours and I'm done.
It's never pleasant when you're looked down upon for something out of your control.
The elves, they came generations ago. and the families of the dwarves that lived here welcomed them. But over time, what had started out as a partnership just slowly grew into something more akin to servitude. And most of the dwarves, they just didn't truck with that, and they left. It'd be easier just to pull up stakes and go find less inhospitable neighbors. But
maybe they had the right idea.
She shrugs.
Well, I hope we can help, but I hope things get better.
Yeah. She kind of goes back and busies herself at the bar. So, Elias and Kurtanis. The bell rings as the door opens on the shop that you enter. And there's a sort of a middle-aged dwarf woman kind of busying herself about the shop, sort of arranging things and kind of opening up some boxes. It looks like maybe she's gotten either a shipment or something. She's sort of taking inventory and stocking shelves, and everything is very neatly organized and labeled. And you can see that everything's got a label in both Dwarven and Elven. And as the little bell rings on the door, she kind of looks up and it's like, "Oh, come on in. What can I do for you fine folks today?"
Toss just hold the door open for Elias and then close it gently behind them.
You?
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Rings again.
Actually hoping to purchase some incense.
Oh, certainly. What kind are you looking for? She sort of shuffles over and and she's like laying out like bricks and blocks and a couple of boxes of different things. And she's got basically a variety of different types that would be more than suitable for your purposes. So some that are cheaper, some that are more expensive. So if you're looking to have more of the cost of the spell that you're looking to cast in incense, you could do that in case you don't have like an expensive offering, because there's the incense plus the offering.
I've got a good amount of gold too, so I can stock up. I
she sort of like leans down to a dog behind the counter that's been barking and tells him to wait his turn.
While he's doing that, Katana's just kind of like looking around, like checking out. Hasn't really dealt with too much incense, and just kind of like casually tries to sniff one of them, and it's a little bit too strong, and she just goes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. You gotta watch the elven varietal. They like theirs a bit strong. Strong for my.
That.
Yeah, let's not go for a.
No, but no, she's got. So it's sort of like incense, soaps, oils, ointments, that kind of thing. So it's kind of like a Gordon's version of a Lush store, I guess.
Soaps.
You found
straight to the soaps, looking over the soaps.
Yeah.
That's Kurtanis there.
Yeah, so they're like all kinds of different styles and aromas of handmade soaps, candles and the like. Any variety of scent or sort of all like there's some that are very fruity, there's some that are very earthy.
Just find something rose-like and kind of a little more focused on that.
Sure.
I think I'll also look through. Assuming she has just regular sticks of incense that you can,
Yeah. No, she's got some high quality stuff that you can use for your spell.
Yeah. So I'll look for something a little high, not like the crazy super strong elf ones,
right?
But something high quality, maybe earthy.
Okay.
Say how much GP worth?
So, however much GP you need to spend on the incense, you can certainly do that. And then any of the special scented soaps, and there's actually a couple of different varieties of rose scented items, soaps, oils, that sort of thing. Those are 2 silver each. So, however much you'd like to pick up of those materials, you certainly can.
House might pick up just like a thing of rose soap, but that's about it. And kind of like walk over. Would this be alright to add to the list, my lord? And I have the necessary silver for thee, of course.
Yeah, no, I honestly was thinking of picking up a nice soap too while we're here.
Thou wish me to get one for thee?
I mean, I'll buy it myself. They're not expensive.
Understood. Forgive me.
It's all handmade. I make everything. I've got a number of friendly suppliers who bring me all kinds of herbs and flowers from all over. And she's sort of like packaging everything up, wrapping it nicely in like a plain brown paper and tying it all up and then kind of putting it into a, there's like no real, they don't have shopping bags or anything like that, but she sort of packs it all up nicely for you and kind of pushes it across the counter. And it's very friendly, very older, graying hair, kind of pulled tightly back into a bun. Just kind of like a plain work apron on. But just please dispatch to have some people in her shop.
Thank thee, madam. She'll carry the bag if Elias lets her.
Sure. Alright, so I gotta decide.
Incense acquired.
Yeah, I'll do 100 gold worth if I can.
Oh, she's got plenty, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm like, I'm stock up.
I'll buy her out.
It's like, well, I need 25. Well, it's between the incense and the offer.
I didn't say I want some incense.
I want all your incense.
Right. That would be quite a bit.
A couple of castings of. Just stock up for. And.
Probably wise.
Get a nice. If they have a soap that's a little percent than like rose, something kind of minty, maybe, or I don't know. How much was the
scented soap shopping?
Scented soap?
Yeah, so the soaps and oils were all 2 cents per item, or 2 silver per item.
2 silver. Okay.
Is that someone else beeping? Because I'm hearing sounds, and I'm wondering, like, am I getting messages and I can't see which?
Let me turn. It's probably me. Let me turn down the audio on my computer.
Okay. It's like, did someone DM me or something, or like?
No.
Okay.
No,
Kristen,
I sent Jerusha something.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
So.
Like, I'm totally missing the whispers.
Let me just. All right. Well, D&D Beyond just has blocks of incense. So.
Yeah, you can add it into your inventory that you need.
I'll just
or
write
you want to
down
describe it.
in my.
Sure.
What other possessions?
Like,
I'll just write it down in there.
soap.
Because I don't think it has the gold value block of incense.
Get out of my purse. No.
It doesn't
Get out of my purse.
Cat in purse.
Yeah.
If I fit,
That's going over here.
Yeah, right. If I fit, I sit for sure.
Nope.
When you as you're sort of like finishing your transaction and kind of handing everything off, and Cortanus is like gathering up the parcels, you can hear the doorbell, the door chime thing sort of ring again, and you can see two elves kind of step in, and her demeanor shifts significantly, and she has a much more business-like. The smile kind of fades a little bit. And she just kind of like nods at both of you, and then just kind of like stands there kind of stiffly and doesn't really greet them, doesn't say anything, but she just sort of watches them expectantly as they kind of just peruse and look around.
Also just gonna nod to her, and once they're done, and check for Elias before starting to head towards the door, and just kind of lowering her eyes as passing the elves.
Yeah.
They take absolutely no notice of you.
I'm kind of curious, can I get a read on, like, what is this, like a fear? Is it?
You have a really high passive insight, don't you?
Yes. I think it's like 18. Yeah, it's 18.
This is everyone.
It's not fear. It's more just guardedness. Like, she doesn't know what she's going to get. She doesn't know what to expect. And very likely looking at her body language with you and Cortanus, and she's like talking about, you know, how she made things, and she just sort of the way that, like, when you engage someone who really likes something and they just kind of gab about it, but she just like shut down completely when they walked in. And she was just sort of all plain, all business, kind of like she just wants to get the business done and get them out as quickly as possible, kind of thing. And so she's just kind of like sitting there watching and waiting. And they're just taking their sweet time, and they're picking up things and smelling them and putting them down again, chattering away in Elvish. Which I don't know if you speak, but Cortanus, you can definitely understand them. Yeah,
that's why I have time prepared.
Yeah, they're kind of. It's sort of very like snooty. You know, like, I'm not even sure why we're even bothering to come in here. I mean, I guess it's quaint. I mean, whatever. It's probably not worth our time, kind of thing. Very, yeah. And you, judging by the expression on the woman's face, she can probably understand them just as well. But one of the elves speaks to her in sort of like thickly accented common, and she responds back in common, kind of answering some questions and stuff.
I'll kind of nod to her and we'll
hold the door open for Elias, and then just follow him out with a shake of the head.
And actually, as back, I was gonna quietly just be like, so I have something I think you need to see, and I'm gonna just try to subtly pass her the note.
Subtle street note passing.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to do it in the shop, but
it's a small folded up piece of paper, and
we're on a presumably fairly busy city street. So.
Yeah. Basically, just yeah. Did you? How much did you actually tell everyone about that? I don't remember.
I'm not
like, out of character. Yeah, not in character. No.
Okay.
Out of character, yes.
Okay.
In character, not told anyone about it yet.
Right, yeah.
Sean's just like give a nod at that and put it away for now. She'll read it later when there's someplace more private.
I mean, you should.
No, it's like, no, actually, you should.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like
I was
yeah, it's a
asking, and
couple-
it seemed like okay. Okay, then she'll like take a quick peek at it.
Yeah, I mean it's
real
really
short,
like
just-
it's like 5 words.
Yeah, it's real short, but
Yeah.
Let's read it quickly, look a little worried, and close it up again. Hand it back to him.
yeah.
Where didst thou find this?
Tucked up in my sleeve with my. Yeah, I don't know when it happened, but
Charles looks immediately like very number one, a little worried. Number two, a little bit upset with herself, maybe. Like that got past her.
no, I think I should have noticed.
Like if it was up his
I
sleeve,
didn't
somebody
pick up-
touched him without her noting.
He's like, no. Believe me, you'd think I've
Forgive
noticed.
me, my lord.
that.
I was being careless, most certainly.
Then
If such a thing couldst happen, I shall be more alert from now on.
I trained to like keep my eye out for people rummaging in my person when I back in the day, and I don't know, someone very good at their job apparently.
Dost thou think it's some sort of sign?
I think I'm assuming I think we're taking a trip to the graveyard tonight.
Understood.
I think this is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course. I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She just like
Why?
she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like that's
Is that what they're calling it now?
he wants to go alone into the
Not how
bedroom.
modern play works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
If we had actually heard Cortana say spell time, she would just have started like giggling. Like,
They haven't quite gotten back yet.
no, I said no. That's what I'm saying.
No
if
idea.
that happened, you would have been giggling like crazy.
Oh yeah.
Someone who doesn't really know the correct phrasing for something nowadays and just says something completely weird. That's on brand.
No.
Okay. Sure. But anyway, I figured
This is. I was like, oh wait, no. Nah.
should probably let the group know too. But I wanted to give you a heads up. I figured sneaking off by myself is probably not a good idea.
Oh,
I would certainly
good,
say so.
smart ally.
Thank thee, my lord.
In a strange city, yeah, where they apparently don't.
Now all of
Let's go.
the groups have things to tell the other groups.
Yeah.
I do feel that 'tis a bit of a situation like the noble thou didst not.
That was fast.
Good job. Okay.
Well, that's gonna be interesting to look back through later. Okay.
I'm saving that.
Yeah.
The caste system here seemeth a bit, well, those, and she gestures backwards. I hath a bit of a similarity to that noble from the halfway in the first time. Similar feeling, I suppose.
Which noble? The idiot?
The one that
Yeah.
the one that thou
Idiot.
didst not appreciate, let us say.
Sarah's half brother.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
Sarah's half brother.
that's why we froze.
Okay.
Suppose we should not spend too much time on the streets here, if that is the case.
Yeah. We should probably head back anyways, but
start heading that way. Keeping an eye out for any people that might come running through and put more random messages up his sleeve.
Stuff up my.
Yeah. No. People. It's not a super populated place, and it's not really narrow streets. Like Port Damali, like it's built pretty densely, so you're kind of always bumping up against people. But here it's like really spread out, which like the physical the city sort of belie how not dense it is. So it takes a little while to having gone there and taken care of business and come back. And when you guys get back into the inn, you can see Wirya and Aiden kind of sitting at the table and kind of enjoying a drink together. And there's a couple of other patrons, about half elves and then half smattering of some dwarves, and like there's another human. But it's like sort of quiet. I don't remember what time of day it was. Probably mid-morning, I think, at this point. Yeah, so not quite enough. Not quite the time where people would be coming in for a meal or anything.
Mouse will nod to the two of them and then move to take her slight parcel that she got and put it in her pack and then hand the rest to Elias.
Yeah, with a bouquet of lilies sitting on the table.
Yeah, and there's a random bouquet of lilies on the table.
There's a bouquet of flowers on the table.
What's that?
Well,
That's a long story.
Yeah.
And not the kind of story you think it is.
There is quite the story. So while you guys were gone,
walk that way so they don't have to yell it across the way.
Yeah. No, I assume when Elias asked that he was close.
Yeah, we'll kind of sit down for a second.
Just making sure.
Okay. A young man came in and he was very nice but very, very nervous. And I guess there are people in.
It still sounds like it's going the way you would think it was going,
but it's not.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it's still.
No. Yeah, no. That is not. So I guess there are people in the city who are very unhappy with the social divides, shall we say?
Kind of noticed. Got that impression. Is
that a baby?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I thought that was someone's cat, and I was worried.
Yeah, for a second.
It did sort of have a cat tone, yeah.
It does sound like cat.
So, well,
sorry.
So
it's almost
he came in.
He's
I guess
down.
He was. So he. And she considers for a moment and says, "Well, basically, they believe that there is someone on the council who is sympathetic to that cause." And they have a language. I don't know if it's a language of flowers specifically or a language of multiple things. We actually didn't get that information. But I guess
basically the lilies are a message to them.
Yeah, the lilies mean help, basically. And he asked if we could bring them with us when we go speak to the council. I said we would have to talk to the rest of the group.
You know that dead ranger we found? That was their previous contact.
Yeah, that was their previous connection.
Kadas is looking over the lilies, just very eyes narrowed at it. There are no magic upon them. Did so check?
I mean, I can.
I can't.
Wirya.
I could, but I can't right now.
I mean, if you give me a few moments, I could attempt to identify it. If there is any magic, they would.
I mean, I could just stab it and then.
Why don't we not stab the pretty flowers?
Stab and dispel at the same time.
Somewhat suspicious, I must say.
A little extreme.
Well, I mean, Riza knew him, but regardless, I mean, if you want me to take 10 minutes, I can identify them, and if they are magic in any way, no. I can do it more quickly, but
sure.
Okay, so Wirya starts the ritual for identify on the lilies.
Sure. 10 minutes later, they are absolutely lilies.
No, Violet, yeah.
Okay.
They are just flowers, guys.
No magic
We're
at
just
all.
paranoid.
No, that's fair.
For me, I know little about magic, but it
I am
can't
significantly
be
less
used
paranoid.
when thou givest someone that thou dost not know some sort of gift to give others in high standing.
No, that is fair. It didn't
'Tis
occur to me,
something
but
that can happen and cause great difficulties.
I
and
mean, it's not so much
calamity.
giving them the lilies as just showing.
yeah,
them
they
as
weren't
a
necessarily
signal,
asking
it
us
seems like.
to hand them to them, though we could. They were more asking us to just go in with them, and the person who
Cat was
is
that?
sympathetic would recognize.
Yeah. Katasa just looked really, really like nervous about the whole situation up until that point, and still a little bit, but kind of just slowly gives a nod at that.
I told him that well, we would have to talk to everybody and decide if that was something we wanted to do, but that
Yeah, where are the others? I mean,
nope.
not
been
like,
waiting on Bella's
oh, you guys
now.
were going shopping. They were
Yeah.
getting.
Yeah. Well, perhaps before too long, a couple
Yeah.
of us should go check. But Elias, you had to go shopping for a reason, right? So
Yes.
perhaps
Maybe it is.
do that, and then we can decide if we
Yeah,
want to go see
and
what's going on with
I
Felice and
do
Bellis.
Yeah. And I do have something to discuss, but rather do it with the whole group. So we'll
Okay.
table that until
So go do your thing.
go do my thing.
We
I shall
will
make
wait,
sure
and
nobody
then-
disturbs thee, my lord, and she'll start.
Yeah.
and then when you're done, we can maybe figure out where
If
Bellis and
Bella-
Felice
Felice
are.
are back. If they're not
Still
back yet,
going?
then
I don't want to go too soon, but I don't want to leave them alone
Yeah.
forever.
I mean, how close to
yeah, that's like how
dusk is it?
they were.
At this
Oh no,
point?
it's still pretty.
Oh.
It's still
Oh,
pretty early.
you're barely close to midday. You got hours
Yeah.
until dusk.
Yeah, we still have to, like, how many hours until we have to pick up the stuff?
Yeah,
Oh, that's true.
It was like a couple
We'll
hours
give it a
before
little
dusk.
but
Yeah.
if it starts like it looking like it's taken longer than maybe it should have
Mhm.
for them to get back.
Yeah.
No.
No, that's why I figured Elias do his thing and then
Yeah.
see what's going on.
Spell time.
And then Elias goes and has his spell.
Elias is gonna go have his spell time.
Yeah.
I do have. Yep, I do have prepared. Just double check.
Just had to make sure.
Otherwise, that was
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
be
pretty
really-
good idea. That'd be really weird. It's like, just back out again. Grandpa Simpson just threw the
I mean, on brand though. Let's
on
be honest.
brand. Like, I need incense. I need to prepare the spell.
Very on brand for him, but I do have it prepared. So
And Katasa just stand outside the door again and keep watch.
yeah,
Okay. So you're casting it as a ritual?
yes. I'd
Okay.
rather not use the spell slot. We have time. That take the extra 10 minutes to.
Mhm.
or however
Yeah,
long.
I mean, there's certainly no rush. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
there's anything that's happening right,
Yeah.
about to happen. So I think you've got plenty of time to take care of anything that you need to do.
This is fine. Everything is fine.
This is fine. Everything is fine. All right. Okay.
So yeah, I think I was gonna do it specifically about meeting with a council.
Okay. So
If I remember right, that's why.
you had a question?
Yeah. Actually decided what question I wanted to. I'm trying to think of the best way to.
Okay. You're thinking about
What is this?
that.
Yeah.
Cortanus is standing outside, sort of musing about.
And I'm like, okay, how do I want to have to be specific with this one?
I'm using about spell time and having soap now.
Yeah.
Um,
You got about a 10-minute window before anything,
Yeah,
any events happen.
Yes.
Aiden,
Anyone?
Go talk to
He's giving you an Aiden.
It's like hint.
Yeah. Take this moment while I
Talk.
figure out the best way to word my question.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably just like wander up after a minute or two, and just lean across the hall from Cortanis. Just like, hey, just I feel like I should apologize to you.
Pardon?
Just you know, what you were talking about at the inn before, and you know, when I overheard that other conversation, I thought I could use it to make you beholden to me somehow. But you know, I feel like I don't have to ask you for help or give you a reason. Anyway, I just
believe I understand, Aiden.
sorry for trying to use you, I guess.
I hath said it before, thou hath a good reason, I would seem to believe, if 'tis the true reason. Thou art looking after thy brother, correct? Still?
Yeah, or trying to, you know.
That
Not doing
I
so
understand.
well.
And while I canst not give thee any true help without my lord's blessing somewhat, and thou knowest why, I understand. Honestly, I have no interest in my own past. Not mine. But I doth not know my real name, I doth not know my house, I doth not know where I came from. I simply know that I am here because I asked someone something to bring my brother back to life when I couldst not. That was my wish, and I canst understand wanting to do whatever thou can for thy family. So, if I canst be of some assistance, and my lord alloweth me, I shall do what I can.
Did it work?
I remember seeing his body, and then he breathed in again, and his eyes opened, and then there was darkness, and then I woke up in a shop in front of my lord, kneeling before him and giving him my service.
I mean,
And then he ran from the shop.
it's a hell of a thing to wish your brother back and not actually get to have him, but can't say I wouldn't make the same choice.
'Tis why I hath no grudge with thee. I simply wish to know what he mayest have become. He was special. And I do not simply say that to lessen myself. 'Tis simply the truth. There was a prophecy about him even before I was born, and he was destined for greatness, and everyone knew it. So, if he was to fall, everything would be lost, and I wish to know what he may have become. I doth not even remember his face anymore, but perhaps I mayest learn something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if he did become something great, pretty easy to track down, if we knew who he was.
'Tis the difficult part, yes. I have learned that very quickly.
You're like looking at the door. What is Elias doing in there?
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Spell time.
yes.
He's having spell time.
Just give us too much incense.
But I appreciate the apology. And I could thank thee also. I believe I did not at the halfway inn when thou gavest me some direction in the darkness. So thank thee for that.
Glad I could help, I guess. Here's hoping we both find what we're looking for.
I certainly hope so.
How long is he going to be in there?
At least 10 minutes.
How long does he normally take?
I know little
10
about
minutes,
this
10
magic.
minutes, 6 seconds to cast, so...
Despite where I am from, magic hath not ever come to me. I know little about it, especially not this type. But
Well,
I believe
yeah.
he said 10 minutes. It's like awkwardly looking back and then shaking your head and keeping forward.
Well, magic was always my brother's thing, not so much mine. But don't really have a choice right now.
Thou at least seemeth to have some understanding. Thou use.
I mean, from a business standpoint, it helps to know, since we kind of dealt more in that area. Mostly my brother's knowledge, but, I had to know a few things.
Perhaps we shall learn more as we go.
Oh, yeah.
So, what does this ritual look like? What is it that you do and organize and put down, and how does this work? How does this look?
Floor.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he probably, sits on the floor. I imagine it's not a super fancy, complicated setup, because that's just not who he is. Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, try to really set, just kind of set up the incense with, we'll go with, raven feathers for now for the offering. Just kind of arranged neat.
Mm-hmm.
Lighting that, and then just like meditating, maybe just and we'll say the question is the verbal component.
Okay. And what is the question?
I think what did I say is what did I say? Is there any danger in meeting the council that we're not aware of, or
You finish the incantation with your question, and you sit quietly, meditating, thinking, waiting for some sort of response. And Aiden and Cortanus sitting outside, or standing outside. It's pretty dim inside of the inn. Really, the only light filtering in is a little bit of light coming up the stairs at one end of the hall, and then a window at the other. But you can kind of see, like, all the light dims again, kind of like a cloud must have passed or something in front of the sun just now. But downstairs, you're kind of, I guess, just sitting alone.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, just kind of chilling. You notice, sort of out of the corner of your eye, there is a fire in a fireplace that's going, and it sort of flickers a little bit, and then just dies down real low. Kind of like there's no real wind or anything, but there's something sort of flickering in it.
Immediately looks that way.
And you can see it's all. The light just seems to dim for a moment, and you're not quite sure what it is, or it must be some clouds or something, or you're not quite sure. No one else seems to notice. Ray's is busying herself with probably some prep for the lunchtime rush, and everyone else is just kind of talking or whatever. As you kind of sit there and think, Elias, and you're just sort of meditating, the room around you just starts getting chillier. And you can kind of slowly begin to feel the tip of your nose, the tips of your extremities begin to tingle a little bit from just almost the bitter cold. And you can just feel just almost like a whisper of wind coming across your face. And you have the sense of this urge to sort of open your eyes again. And when you do, you can just see the room around you, but it's almost as if everything is in shadow. And you can see the silhouette of a figure in front of you. And for a moment, you're like, your heart kind of skips a beat, thinking, "Is this?" And for a moment, but then it steps forward almost, and you can just see the very faint image of the first ranger, sort of a ghostly apparition of her. And she sort of nods her head.
Hello again.
She kind of like looks off to the distance, kind of a little bit over behind your shoulder. Just kind of like 1,000-yard stare over your shoulder.
So I'll turn and look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder.
So you turn and you look.
This is very Ghost of Christmas Future.
Yeah, and like as your vision kind of shifts, you're not seeing the room around you anymore. You just kind of see looks to be like just an absolutely ostentatious audience chamber, and it's incredibly tall, probably hundreds of feet tall. It seems to stretch up beyond your sight, and around the chamber are what amount to 7 thrones that are incredibly elaborate, and they're all slightly different in style. It looks like they've got sort of various ornamentation and maybe crests or insignia or something on them, just sort of elvish design. Mm-hmm. And you can just see each of them in shadow, except one, which is bathed in moonlight. And the other ones are sort of, as you can kind of see, you notice that there's this strange darkness encroaching upon them. Very reminiscent of what you were seeing in that dream, that vision you had of that tree sort of succumbing to this darkness or this corruption. And one of them is sort of still bathed in the light of the moon, and the other one's just kind of your vision kind of just the edges start filling in, and it's just kind of dark and dark and dark, and really all you just see is the one with the light on it. And then it just sort of gently dissipates, and kind of the lights. It's almost like the lights come back up in the.
No, she's still in the garage.
Okay, so now
you kind of turn back, and there's just the image of the first ranger standing, and the sort of the ring of the feathers that you would is just gone. The incense is mostly burned away, and she's just sort of looking at you, and she kind of tilts her head to regard you, and she smiles really warmly, kind of reassuringly, and very. You just get the sense of peace from her, and she kind of turns and it's like she turns to walk away, and her image just fades.
Okay. Well, might have an idea of who our... Right. Cryptic, but helpful. As usual.
Does the Raven Queen do
Par for
anything
the course.
cryptic?
Helpful.
Right.
Par for the course.
Oh, that Raven Queen.
Yeah, and you're kind of just sitting there.
That's so Raven Queen.
Huh.
Oh
And
my
you're
god.
like, what does that mean? When from in some distance you just hear a muffled explosion, and then another moment later, another explosion.
Do I hear that downstairs too?
Everyone hears it. It's like this sort of boom sound. So sort of camera zooming out and then panning over and then zooming back in on screaming and yelling, and there's like smoke billowing out everywhere. There's so much that's on fire. Felice, you're a cat.
Yep. Not for long.
I believe you're kind of in the so there's that tree line that went between the city and the forest, and then there's that gate, and you're kind of just beyond the gate. Velis, where were you?
I was a little bit further back from Felice.
Sort of still in the middle, right, in the tree line.
Yeah, I'm still by the trees. I had been heading toward the gate, but then turned around when the guy went past me, so I was a little further back.
Okay, so into kind of the middle, then you, and then Felice, and then the gate. So there's just a pile of corpses that are burned and charred on the ground, and you can hear an alarm of some kind sort of beginning to ring out. And you can see coming from the forest side, immediately, like there's like a half a dozen guards that are sort of running to try and intercept this figure. It's dashed out from the tree line, and it's kind of going perpendicular, kind of like running along that big blank area in between the two, between the city line and the tree line, and the forest. And as you can see it running, you can see like the cloak, the hood of the cloak kind of blows back, and you just kind of see this sort of long, flowy hair. It appears to be an elf of some kind. And then just as you watch, he just vanishes. And you can, because you're closer, you can kind of see his passage through the tall grasses. But he had gone invisible. And you can hear shouts from the elves. Felice, Velis, what do you do?
Wow.
I want to turn to Felice and just yell, "Go tell them what happened!"
Felice runs as fast as her little cat can, and
Can I try to throw a dagger where I saw him disappear?
You're going to have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because
Please don't hit civilians.
they're in sunlight.
Please not.
He's in sunlight and invisible.
Oh no, I had rolled a 15 and a 3, so that's a 12.
Yeah, you kind of chuck a dagger and then it's in the grass.
I'm gonna go pick my dagger up.
Yeah, so you can see three of the elves are like running, still kind of running in that direction. Three of them stop. I missed that. They pulled out bows, and they're just sort of blindly trying to take shots, trying to hit where they think the figure may be. Holy shit! Yeah, actually, you see like this arrow fly. Most of them are just like go off into nowhere, but one of them seems to actually hit home. Hold on a second. This might do something. Okay. You can see like the arrow hit, and you see like this sort of spray of blood, and you can hear someone swear. It sounded like they didn't swear in wasn't Elvish, but it sounded almost like they swore in common. But they're probably about 40, 50 feet away now. But then, like, the arrow goes invisible as soon as it's, like, in the person. And you can kind of see a little bit of a stumble. But it's really bright, and you're like, oh, god damn it. Yeah, it's hard to follow them. But you can just...
Can I just kind of... There's a lot of trees around, right?
So there's a line of sort of evenly spaced trees that run between, like, the forest, the city... Okay, hold on. City on one side and the forest on the other.
I was in the forest side still.
You were...
So, like,
if he had passed you... So he was about equal
he passed me going
between the two.
in.
Right, and you had gotten to the gate already.
Mm-hmm.
And he had kind of passed you and was roughly in the middle.
Okay.
And he just ran straight that way. And there's
on the forest side, there's a lot of trees.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't think I was all the way out yet. Can I get in the general vicinity of some of those trees and just kind of quietly watch and kind of hide?
Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth roll, just as you sort of attempt to, as inconspicuously as possible, get away from it.
21.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see there are a number of... There's a lot of activity because there is a fireball that was also thrown sort of in the direction of where you're kind of walking to. However, there's a lot of enchantments and stuff on that. So there seems to be very minimal damage, but there's a lot of activity around putting out what's there, taking care of any wounded. Meanwhile, you can see kind of on the other side, like 2 buildings have caught fire, and they're kind of beginning to just light up. And
It's like, why am I back here?
And he was going further in?
He was going perpendicular between the city and the forest.
Okay. Does it seem like he was aiming for anything in specific, or just trying to do some damage and then run?
It would be hard to gauge his motivations. Seemed that he was... It looks as if it was mostly a distraction. Okay, so...
I want to head further into the forest toward the council building, kind of sticking to the trees and watch it.
Okay. Alright, so there's a lot of activity, and you can start to see what look to be a number of basically, instead of like plain guards, these look to be more like rangers mounting up on a variety of animals. None of them horses, but there's mostly stags, but you can see sort of like the leader kind of mounting up on like a large cat. And they begin to head out sort of as one large mass. A lot of people kind of like dodging to the side as they rush by. But there, in terms of like that, the big council chamber building and stuff that you had seen, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot going. Felice, with your speed as a cat, you can move 40 feet. Double that is 80 feet in a round. So you're booking it real fast. Yeah.
And I'm gonna stay cat at least until I get there, because I feel like a cat running away from explosions, nobody's gonna think twice about. Like,
It's probably fair.
Sure.
Yeah.
why? I wonder why that cat's running away. It's not like explosions just went off, you know.
Cats would totally stay.
I feel like she'll be easier to bob and weave through a crowd and get there faster.
Right. So, I mean, moving full speed. It'll take you a couple of minutes to get to the inn.
Still faster than Felice.
Oh yes. Oh no. Without a doubt. So I would say that Velis's attempts to sort of move through quietly, carefully, and just sort of will also be a couple of minutes. And what you're observing mostly is that there's a lot of people there's sort of like a lot of chaos, doesn't like this was not ever any kind of eventuality that anyone seemed to be prepared for. But even with like not a whole lot of damage being done, I mean, there's a number of people who have been hurt. There's, I guess, a good way to sort of come up with a parallel is like think Hunger Games, an attack on Capitol citizens, and they're just like they don't know what to do. But the Rangers, there's probably about a half a dozen of them. Even with that person making use of magic, it does not look likely that he'll be able to unless he's got a lot of something or has got a good head start. You don't know if he's going to be able to get away from them because, I mean, as 6 Rangers on mounted, and they looked heavily armed and armored. Definitely not anything that, you know, it's almost a strange parallel with, you know, units from your own city going out ranging, and there's you know, flashback moments. After probably like they're within the inn, so kind of jumping forward to all of you in the inn, you hear this sort of explosion, and there's some shouts from downstairs. You can kind of see a couple of people outside. There's like some people running, and there's some shouting outside. Not quite sure what exactly is going on, but I would say that if anything, that was like, if you've got ranks in Arcana, I guess you don't really have ranks in Arcana in 5th, do you?
Yeah.
Old 3rd edition days poking through. Then you probably would have recognized it sounded like a couple of fireball spells.
Okay, because I do.
I'm not
proficiency
proficient
in Arcana,
but
Yeah, it's like there's an Arcana skill. But,
yeah.
If you're
Luria is
proficient
proficient
in
in Arcana, so she's like, oh shit.
Cass is a bit worried, but at the same time, she doesn't want to mess up Elias's spell.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
like,
Elias, Elias may not know they're magical, but he definitely knows an explosion when he hears one.
When she
Well,
recognizes the
come
sound,
out and be
she
like,
runs up the stairs and
guys
is like,
heard that,
I
right?"
think those were fireballs.
So that's not in the city?
I didn't see it. I don't know, but they were close.
That's bad.
Sounds like
That's probably
somebody
bad.
was a bit more impatient than we were led to believe.
Yeah.
Let's maybe
So much
go
for that
see.
peaceful revolution.
Yeah, I don't think peace is happening now. Let's go see what happened. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I hope
Um,
Velis and Felice weren't caught up
Actually,
in
yeah.
that.
Can we?
I'm pretty sure they're right in the middle of it. No, I'm not.
Yeah. Can we have an idea of
I hope
where
not.
those explosions came from?
I mean, if we run outside.
Or if we run outside?
Yeah. So is it? I mean,
Yeah, where people are running from.
we do know
It
Velis
kinda
can't not cast fireball spells. Yes, correct.
No, I'm not saying.
We know that Velis did not set off the fireball.
Good.
Thanks, Cortanas!
It was in the rough direction that you knew of the gate that goes to the
Bellas and Figures
fourth
might be.
district.
I think we should probably head that way and see
that
what's
way and
going
make sure
on.
they're okay. Yeah. Keep an eye
Hands
out
on the
for a
blades,
cat
head down.
Has Felice
like Felice.
cropped up yet?
Yeah, I was like, when do I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would imagine like as you guys, all of a sudden this cat like runs up to you and it's just like meowing.
I like to think that her fur is like slightly singed, a little smoking, a little
Tails
like.
all poofy.
Yeah. Actually, there's like this kind of soot-covered cat. It's sitting in front of you meowing, and it seems very upset with you.
I feel like it's Felice trying to talk and forgetting that she doesn't have a normal voice.
Felice,
Felice, you're a cat.
go somewhere and become not a cat.
Yeah.
And she'll like poof back and be like,
Talk you're in a cat.
sorry, there's a guy that he smells really, really bad and he threw fire in the city and Velis is there and told me to come get you guys and it's bad. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay, yeah, let's
Let's go then.
go. Yeah.
Yep. Start.
We're
Turn
takes
away
off towards.
Okay. So you jog back, and at this point you can see when you get back there is a contingent of guards that have basically kind of formed a bit of a formation on the other side of the expanse on the forest side, kind of blocking anyone from coming or going.
Mhm.
And on the city side, it looks like there is a brigade of people, all number of types, no guards, but it looks like they are attempting as best as possible to put out 2 buildings that are on fire. There is one of those gates, and it is blackened and scorched, but it does seem to not have caught fire. But the 2 nearby buildings don't seem to have been so lucky, and they're just burning. Luckily, everything is spaced out pretty far, so it doesn't look like the fire is going to spread too quickly. But despite the efforts of a number of people coming together and banding together as much as they can, things aren't looking too good for these, whatever these buildings are. And it looks as if they might be homes. There's a lot more on this, where this is, it's a lot of homes and such.
I hope if anyone was in them, they got out.
Yeah, you can see like
Yeah.
the doors are open. People who are like kind of covered in soot and smoke,
Okay.
and they're coughing.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh,
But-
But yeah.
good.
And there's no sign of Ellis.
Well, what do we see? Like anything else going on beyond people putting out fire?
There are you can see a number of scorched and blackened, charred corpses that are all kind of like like it has gotten a whole line of people that were like gate. A couple of them are guards. Others are just sort of people. But other than that, sort of, you're not 100% sure. But you can see actually that formation of guards that's across the way. After a moment, you realize that they're actually like slowly advancing and kind of like combing the ground and walking forward, sort of in a line, looking for something, coming towards the city side.
Oh,
I assume they're looking for. And like, I have to.
I
At least
would-
somewhat familiar to Elias. That
I
set
would
up
assume
like they're
Yeah.
obviously looking for
the person who set
the
off
person who did this.
fireballs. That seems like a
Yeah.
thing to be looking for. Well, I don't know where Velis is. I hope he's okay and also not going to get in trouble
Get arrested.
by
Yeah.
existing.
Just surveying everything and then looks to Wiria. Thou said
I don't have
something about impatience.
I don't
Doth thou
have
think
something
this is
prepared.
the
Never mind, I
send
can't do.
I
Feel like I can
I'm
send him a message,
worry
but-
that so I don't think it's the young man who came to spoke to Aiden and I. He seemed pretty set on
Genuine.
trying to do things peacefully.
I'm pretty sure this guy was. He
Not-
smelled bad. He was bad. He was just all around like
but
shady.
he did
So I don't
mention that there were some people who were getting impatient and wanted to take more drastic action. So maybe it was one of them.
Katana just looks like kind of
Likely.
horrified at that and then just mutters
Hey.
a coup under her breath
Hey.
and shakes her head and just tries to focus
I-
again.
I hope not, because she looks at the bodies that were waiting, because that looks like a lot of innocent people who just died because. Oh no!
Oh,
I was like, she's instantly just like, no, please don't let
Or
the
did
little
they get
girl be
away
dead."
far enough?
Like, yeah, like gnomes aren't very fast. Ooh, perception. That's my perception, right?
Mhm.
Right, I'm not a cat
No,
anymore.
you're
You're
not
not
a cat
anymore.
I was like, that's my perception, right?
Denise, what am I right now?
So you don't notice any gnomes, but looking through, it looks like there may have been one or two maybe dwarven children based on their size,
Oh.
and a number of dwarves and a few humans. who seem to have been caught up.
She's just gonna look because hearing where he is saying, they look innocent. She's just
I think Elias is.
I'm pretty sure some of these were kids.
Oh no.
Cortana just looks and tries to shake it off. He needs to find Velis and deal with this.
Elias is just gonna quietly to himself say a prayer for.
I feel like trying to
them.
find him may cause more problems.
Yeah, I think perhaps
wait for him to find.
we should, just be somewhere where he'll see
Don't.
us. Make sure we're not gonna,
Let's
Of course.
go back to the end.
Are you
We're not looking for Velis?
We are not going.
I think
that area is hard enough to get into as it is.
Hi, former city
Imagine how
guard
much
here.
of your
We are
things
not going to
is off
tangle with
fireballs.
city guard right now.
All over the place. Trying to
Can-
force our way in isn't going to
Should-
do anything.
Please look where
We're
he
going
is.
to get our asses
Wait,
arrested.
can you? I forget. Can you send him a message telepathically
he's
at all?
close enough.
So he knows that we're
But
not
I
just
don't know where
ditching him.
Is exactly.
Yeah,
Where
unfortunately.
did you last see him, Felice?
I mean, presumably more or less where I brought them, right?
Last you saw, he was in the line that goes between the city and the forest, and he had just said go, and you took off. That was last. You're not sure where he went.
I think our best option for now is to go back to and wait. He's not as dumb as he acts.
I mean, so where you would.
If it's starting to look like, okay, this is taking, maybe something did go wrong, then we can. But for now.
Where will attempt to cast message in the direction where it would make sense for Velis to be. Which might actually work because it doesn't say she has to know specifically where he is. It's only if he's behind a barrier, she has to know he's behind that barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Or as long as he's within 100 feet. So I don't know if he's in
the
range.
The distance between the city and the forest is at about 100 feet.
Well, so where we're standing is about 100 feet.
Mm-hmm. Then you would know that he's probably out of range.
If he is some range. So you can reply to the message, and you do not hear a reply.
Okay. I mean, she tried just to see if he happened to be in range. She didn't see him.
He could be sneaky hiding in the woods.
Yep. Unfortunately, we might need sending, so
could we could maybe help some of the people trying to put out the fire?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I don't actually bring create water, but I can make little water.
Just
She's
flashing on
you guys.
It's nice breeze, misty breeze.
Yeah, I mean,
missed the fire.
It's unfortunately not super effective.
I mean, I guess we can
try. I'd
go back. I just
be a little worried about that we might just get in the way.
No, I understand.
Cities usually have systems in place to deal with stuff like this.
I hate leaving Velis here completely by himself without
He's a big boy,
anywhere
he can
nearby.
He's
He's a big boy and he can take care of himself, but that doesn't mean I like leaving him alone. What if something happens?
So on that note, Velis, as you're standing there waiting, you notice sort of on the far end of that sort of promenade, it looks as if there might be. So there's this a large gathering of guards that kind of went out and followed, and it looks like they're kind of doing a long line, combing through the grasses and kind of stepping through, going across from the forest to the city. You can't see from the angle that you're at, or from where you're at, where those rangers had gone, but you do see what looked to be a number of robed figures that are slowly walking basically down the promenade, and they're all sort of holding wands that are sort of glowing tips on the end, and you can see where they point them. It's like this cone almost of everywhere that it shows, every single illusion and light just dissipates.
Oh no.
Fellas, get out.
And you can see they're like, it's basically like, it's all like erasing in Photoshop of a layer of illusions and lights.
Okay. Seeing that, I am real fast. Real fast. Can I get the other direction real quick through the forest?
Yeah, so you can kind of go deeper into the forested section of the city, but you can see.
What I want to know is can I make it in the general direction of the rest of the city, but cutting through the forest instead of down the road?
So as you kind of start looking around, and you can see where the forest side of the city is actually like the avenues that are created by the trees and the buildings here and the hedges is very city-like. And while it is all natural, it is not sort of open fields. And sort of looking down where you're at, you can just kind of see boulevards and avenues, but they're hemmed in essentially by basically buildings, just from natural growth trees and things like that. And from where you are, even though this is all wooded, it's sort of like a city, and you're not entirely sure where you might be able to immediately get into the forest. You may have to dart down a couple of boulevards and avenues, and you can see that there's a number of guards that are beginning to corral people, getting them into buildings, talking to every single person on the street. And there's still a little bit of chaos, but you do get this sense that there is sort of like the area is slowly being cordoned off, and kind of like a circle between soldiers down, because like the big promenade goes here. Let me start drawing some stuff. Okay, so let's pull everyone just to here real quick, just for demonstration, because it's I'm not going to be able to illustrate this super well using my hands in a tiny little frame. So you've basically got this long promenade. It's like the main thoroughfare. And then this is like the big council chamber. And then you have somewhat smaller avenues like this.
Mm-hmm. And this is, what's like this area here? Is this like wooded?
Yeah, basically this is all essentially buildings and shops.
Okay.
And hedges, things that are, think of it almost as like an elvish version of like a New York street.
Okay.
Kind of thing. Row houses of sorts, thickly wooded, kind of thing. And then you can see looks like there might be some avenues or streets that kind of go off in that direction. But you can see basically here, over here, soldiers have gathered, and they're kind of like going down the streets, checking on people, and then like either ushering some of them inside or something like that. And the spellcasters are coming up this way, looking for.
Oh, they're coming.
Yeah, and you are right here. Now it is loud, it is chaotic, and there's still like a number of people, all about. So no one seems to have taken notice of you.
Okay, I definitely was not picturing this right. So there's no like. So where is
you would imagine exit? So right here. And right here, past those groups of soldiers,
Assassin's creating into the crowd isn't going to work if I get my disguise dispelled.
So the spellcasters are coming up. So this right here is like the main tree line, or the thoroughfare between the city and the forest. And then it does look like over past where those soldiers have gathered is where it does sort of open up a little bit, and you kind of see the trees and the forest out beyond them. But this main center area is very densely structured and packed.
And what about like what's on the sides here of just more buildings?
So it looks like it opens up down here and opens up down here because that's not. I mean, that's basically where the forest is.
Okay.
You know, kind of like out behind that. And then this way, you can see it's a little bit more light. There's like a couple of buildings, but it's not as dense. And then, of course, you can't see around those corners.
So, and then this is all buildings here. Is there any space between them?
I would say you could probably find it, if there is space. It's like it's someone's front yard kind of thing. And it's all very densely packed. So you might need to do a little B&E, perhaps.
Cool. Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
Let's go with it. I'm gonna try and get into a yard this way and just sort of loop like this.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get through past the guards into where it's more foresty.
Okay.
Quick and quiet.
So yeah,
and I'm also gonna let me check something really fast before I say I'm gonna do it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that charisma stim stick just in case, because that lasts for an hour.
Okay. All right. So as you sort of like kind of like go into, it's sort of like a very, very arched canopy, and it's a little kind of front area, and you can see it looks like there's two elven children in that little front area, and they're kind of like they look like they were playing, and now they're kind of like looking around, and they see you just kind of like rush in, and they stop and they look at you, kind of confused a little bit.
I'm just going to ignore them and keep moving because they're small children.
Okay. Yeah. So you just sort of rush past them, and you kind of pass through sort of it's very not maze-like, but it's like this curvy path that kind of goes back and forth. There's like a little bench and a sitting area, and there's like a little fountain or something that seems to be magical, and there's like little fairy lights around it. Very surface-y. But you do actually get to what looks to be basically large, thick, wooded trunk of sorts, almost like it's a building made of living wood, kind of, with a sort of a front door that does seem closed.
I feel like we've been through this.
So I can't get actually like around in some way.
No, you're probably gonna have to go through.
All right, cool. Just one door, just one front door.
There's a door, and it's kind of flanked by what look to be sort of just natural openings where the wood is just sort of split and grown open a little bit. All right,
I'm gonna use all of my interesting things right now. I'm gonna open the door, and then I'm gonna use my. Okay. Does it seem like there's anybody immediately inside?
So you kind of open the door, and it looks like it's the natural wood sort of continues on, and it looks as if this building may have been grown as opposed to constructed. And what you can see is sort of it looks like a spiral staircase that goes directly above you, and then a sort of maybe a sitting area, some sort of front area, and off to your left, and then kind of a hallway that goes down directly in front of you that then seems to almost like kind of go down and to the left a little bit. But
all right, I am also going to take my potion of invisibility.
Okay.
I'm gonna go down that hallway.
Okay, so you go down the hallway, and it kind of loops down and around, and then it looks like it's a stairwell that kind of descends down. It's sort of down. Down.
Down does not help.
Right. So
okay, not that way.
This building isn't really deep. Probably not more than like 20 to. And so there's basically a stairwell that goes down, and then a spiral staircase that goes.
I guess I'm gonna go up and see what I can find.
Okay. As you kind of turn back and jog back to the front door, kind of like popping the cork and downing the potion. You see one of the kids kind of like standing down, sort of not in front of the door, but like they like stop to walk, and they're standing maybe a dozen feet or so in front of the door, just kind of standing there. One of them like holding a toy. As you like drink the potion and sort of turn invisible, their eyes go wide and like, and then you kind of dart up the stairs a little bit. And as you're like pounding up the stairs,
quietly.
Oh, okay, so you're not pounding up the stairs.
No, I'm trying to do all of this quietly.
Okay. So make a stealth check.
Yeah. That's 30.
Okay. Do you speak Elven?
Yes.
Okay. So basically you hear from downstairs, Mommy, a man just disappeared in front of my eyes.
Okay.
And you're sort of like going up very quickly. And you hear a female voice from above you as you're sort of climbing the spiral staircase. Just sort of a confused, what? And you're like, no, he went in the house and then he disappeared. It must have been magic. And then you hear, what?
Oh no.
Okay. I'm just gonna fucking run outside again and jump over the child if I can.
Well,
and try another house.
As you get to like the top of the landing, you can see there's sort of like a larger window that kind of opens out onto the whole area, and you can kind of see out, and you can see down into the street level, and you don't see the spellcasters coming down just quite yet, but there are one or two guards that have like made their way, and they're kind of like walking down the middle of the street. They don't seem to have noticed the child yelling just quite yet. And the woman, she sort of like emerges from a room opposite you, and it's like she's pulling a dagger, seemingly from somewhere on her person. Doesn't seem to have noticed you, but is like basically kind of like rushing towards you. So what I need you to do is make a dexterity saving throw, as she's like to like not have her crash into you to run down the stairs.
19.
Okay, so you're like, oh fuck, and you just like matrix your way as she down the stairs.
Oh god!
Nope.
And she like is running down the, sort of like, and with the dagger drawn.
Is this window like a latching window? Is it just a
no? But you don't
just a solid pane.
Just kind of, yeah. But it looks out over the front. There may be other windows if you climb higher. But from what you can see, sort of like you're in this sort of stairwell area. Looks like she may have come out of a bedroom, maybe of some kind. You're not 100% sure without sort of looking at it. But the stairs go up, and you can. And the woman's like, "What man? What did you see?" And he just starts like describing.
I look like a rich merchant elf.
Yeah, just like he had fancy clothes, and he was running really fast, and then he drank and then it's like he drank something, and then he disappeared. And she's like, "Are you telling stories?" And then you hear another voice from behind, like the other child, like, "No, Mama, I saw it too." What are you gonna do?
I'm just looking for a way out. I'm just gonna keep going until I find a way out.
Okay. Are you?
Huh?
Are you gonna stealth up the stairs further, or are you running?
Yes. So,
okay.
Sneaky.
Go ahead and get another stealth roll. You do have advantage.
Yeah. I always have advantage.
Yeah.
28.
Okay. So as you get to the top landing, you can see. It looks like there might be. You hear some kind of noise. You're not entirely sure what it is. Someone moving about, working, or something. So as you get higher and higher, it seems as if this is getting sort of like narrower and narrower, and sort of smaller. And so instead of like maybe multiple rooms, you kind of just see one room, and it's got the best you can see. This is sort of like a off to one side is like maybe a washing area, and you can see a dwarf woman sort of in kind of plain clothing, and it looks like she's like washing clothing. And she just is not really kind of paying any attention to what's going on, has not noticed you at all, and just kind of like humming something under her breath as she's washing clothing. And then from a little bit higher above, you can hear a male elven voice kind of call down, and just sort of ask, "Dora, what's going on?" And the dwarf woman kind of speaks up, and the children are playing. Is there something that you need? And you just hear the male voice, "No, but something is happening. Just make sure that I'm not disturbed, please." Doesn't. In this particular area, there's just some internal lights. There's no windows.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. There's like nowhere else to go except for where that voice came from.
Except higher, yes.
I don't want to get caught. Back to the landing, and is there a window in the bedroom? Did she leave the door open?
Yeah, the door was open.
Can I peek in there and see if there's any kind of a
so this appears to be the children's bedroom, and you can see there are a couple of high windows, but they're kind of narrow. Like you might be able to squeeze through, but it looks tight. And you'd probably have to like climb up on some furniture and maybe even like break the glass or something to get out. Or is it really glass, or is it? I don't know. What kind of window would that be in a naturally grown? I don't know. Maybe it's almost like a gossamer,
like a sap or something, like a
like an amber,
like a amber, real thin amber.
Real thin amber. Yeah, that's good.
So it wouldn't make a lot of noise breaking if it's like thin, sappy kind of.
Well, it's definitely solid. It's amber almost. Yeah, I would say it's sap that's been magically crystallized, not to be. So it's very yellow.
I don't know what
to do. None of us can help you.
Yeah. No, I have nothing on my own. I don't know what to do.
You can hear the female voice from downstairs call upstairs. I think there might be somebody in the house. And you hear the male voice from upstairs. What?
And
there's something going on.
The whole place was just really narrow all the way through what I saw. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. I'm gonna park her out the window. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's all you can really do at this point.
I got nothing.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
Get back to the city at this.
That's a natural 19, so that's plus 8.
Yeah, so you bust through the amber thing and sort of like contort your body as much as possible to like get through, and you manage without really injuring yourself or really leaving anything of note behind. But now you're sort of like perched on the outside of this very tall tree. On the other side, you can see to the big central area. It's like there's like this kind of like this. It's almost like a thing behind a bunch of these homes of sorts. And there's a lot of natural branches and stuff, so it's pretty easy for you to kind of climb down without hurting yourself. And you're invisible, so all of the people that are sort of like milling about and whispering with one another don't really seem to have taken notice of your presence.
Okay.
You kind of jog out away from this, and you kind of emerge, and it looks as if so if would this be north? Yeah, I think actually this would be a good where north would be straight up. And you kind of emerge from the other side of this sort of ring of row houses. And you can see that it is much sparser. It's not nearly as dense as this sort of main central area. And it does look as if you head straight north, for a while, you could get out and away from the central populated area.
Okay. Just thinking back to the layout of the city that I've seen, does it seem logical that I could slip back to the main city going that way eventually? Even
Yeah, so
really roundabout?
making a really long, secure... You're invisible and stealth
For an hour.
dark. Right. So
I'm invisible for an hour, that's what I want to do.
Right.
I'll take my time with it.
Yeah, so I'm still going to have you make a... Because as you're going through the forest, you're...
Natural fucking 20!
Okay. You're basically moving as quickly as you can, as quietly as you can. Every now and again, you kind of have to stop and wait as like a patrol goes by, but nobody seems the wiser. As you kind of slowly begin to make your way back, and you can see it's probably about 30 minutes to get out and around and kind of circle back to the town.
Okay.
But seemingly unscathed.
Okay.
But you are definitely out of the forested area, back in the humans and stuff all are.
How long did all that take? Like, how long do I have left on my invisibility?
You've got about 30 minutes left on your invisibility.
Alright, I'm gonna take about 25 of them heading back toward the inn invisible. Well, I guess I can't drop it deliberately because it's a potion.
Not really.
Yeah.
Just
when I get a feeling that it's about to run out, I would like to slip behind a building, use the Hat of Disguise to go back to the scruffy human, and just slowly make my way back to the inn.
Okay. Yeah. So on this side of it, where the town is, you do hear like conversations and things happening, and so you're kind of waiting around with your hat on. It's like, okay, anytime now, and eventually the invisibility drops, and you can make your way back into the inn. And so it's been about an hour or so, and you're all like sitting in the inn, and this scruffy-looking human walks in, exhausted appearing, and dirty and sweaty.
It's a disguise we've seen.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the one that I used in
Scruffy human
last town. Yeah.
Should we even ask?
Perhaps. Well, let's go upstairs.
Let's go upstairs.
All right.
Where he leads the way upstairs.
I'm going to buy a very large drink before I join them.
That's fair.
Okay,
Yeah,
but come follow us with your drink.
Yes. And then, carrying a very large drink, I'll join them in the room.
Fucking same.
What?
Yeah, you like
Oh my god!
And you can see like a lot of his cloak is just like there's twigs and leaves and all kinds of stuff just all over it. And he's got like on one shoulder there's like this weird amber colored sticky sap kind of just splotch all over it. It's like, yeah, he's been through something.
What happened,
Please, and she just like holds out the cleansing stone.
I want to take that. Yes. Thank you.
And what happened to you?
I'm honestly not sure where to start. I don't know what Felice told you. I don't know.
I don't really still know what happened. Things exploded, and you told me to run and light it.
We may have a...
Yeah.
Felice told us that there was a man who smelled really bad, and then he set off.
Smelled bad?
Yeah, he smelled like, honestly, like poisonous. If that's a thing, can people smell poisonous?
It's very acrid.
It was not good.
Yeah.
Kitties have really sensitive smell. Like, I picture, like, when she got up under him, she turned back doing the cat thing where they, like, have their mouth half open and they're like...
Very sort of, very rotten, eggy smell.
And we saw when we saw the destruction, and we've sort of theorized it might be a segment of a group of people who don't like the social norms of this
Lovely.
town.
It seems like there's quite a few people. social
I-
so far.
Did you
Someone
find the
tempted
guy?
me
Or,
actually.
I mean, when I got back, you were gone. Where'd you go? What happened? I don't know.
Shopkeep didn't seem overly happy. The fancy elves.
Honestly, I just wanted to keep an eye on things. If we're
Yeah.
in the middle of this city being called to the council in the middle of whatever the fuck just happened back there.
Some sort of
I went back.
trifecta civil war.
I went back
Well, I
just
think
to
these are
get.
two parts of the same faction, just have different.
One's peaceful, the other's not.
One's peaceful, the other
I
is
just wanted
tired of
a
waiting.
quick look at things, that's all. Just so we'd be a little better informed, but there were mages that were dispelling illusions all over the forest. And as you can imagine, I did not want to be caught in that.
Wait, they were dispelling
Yeah.
illusions all over the forest? Were
Yes.
there illusions in the
There was
forest?
those lights.
The fireball, he used some kind of invisibility on himself.
So they were trying to find
They were
him, and they
hunting
were
him.
using magic to do so.
Okay.
They were
Like a
hunting
spell
him,
magic.
and I didn't want to think about what they might think if they saw a
They
drow.
probably assume it was you.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
Yes.
Glad
So
you didn't
then-
get caught then.
Also, there might be a couple of elves that think a very rich merchant is the cause of things, so let's not use that disguise again.
You know, I'm not going to.
I might have needed to go through a house to find my way out of the city, but I didn't hurt anyone.
I'm glad you found your way out, and that you didn't hurt anybody. So we have what appears to be some sort of revolution, or at least a one-man revolution. You only saw one person. Well, you only saw one person, but did anything else happen?
Not that I saw.
mean,
there was
I can't imagine
one
they were.
man. I can tell you he used a wand, so
But
he had to have gotten that from somewhere.
He seemed to be working alone. Otherwise,
I couldn't tell. All I wanted was to get some information, but I couldn't.
Off by yourself.
Honestly, I found nothing, and honestly, I don't know how I feel about staying in this town until evening if they're checking illusions now.
if all of us leave, then they're going to think we did it.
Yeah.
That is true.
Also, I might have a reason to stay.
Weird looks at Elias like, what? I mean, other than
So this seems like a good time to bring up my
Good
news.
segue.
My lord hath received a
which-
message.
I mentioned this briefly to Weary and Aiden.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that you had something to tell us.
I had something to tell you.
What?
I just wanted to tell the whole
That
group and get this
makes
over with.
sense.
So at some point earlier today, right? It was
At
earlier
some
that
point.
day. At
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
point.
well,
It's been a long day.
At some point, earlier today, I backtrack hard. I found, and I'll pull out the note from whatever pocket or whatever it is. I found that it's tucked up my sleeve with my whole.
Someone managed to get a note.
Someone
Up
managed
your
to get
sleeve?
a
Take
note
it and look
up my
at it.
sleeve
Bertans looks
into
really,
Yeah,
like
into my
shamed
whole
right now.
without me noticing.
I mean,
I'm gonna take the note and read it.
I was like, I don't think. If Elias didn't notice, then Cortana, you probably
Yeah, you
would not have
would-
been
yeah, I'm the
able to
one who's-
notice. They literally touched
Shoved up your
Elias.
sleeve.
Hmm.
It says
don't
moonrise,
recommend.
the graveyard,
Guard
the queen watches.
watches. I have no idea if it's connected to what just went down today. I
But
don't
you
know.
think it's legitimate?
The Veiled
I want to
don't
check
like
it out.
the Raven Queen.
They don't like the Raven.
No, I
I don't know if it's connected to the whole revolution that is apparently taking place now and not, peacefully happening from within the system.
I talked to Riza earlier, and she mentioned that.
I mean,
she
that-
told me that they
God, they don't
It's
like.
an old grudge, like generations old grudge sort of situation.
That's great.
She called it petty, but apparently fairly strong because it's still going on.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, and they
Which
still
would be
hunt ravens.
something elves would do, I suppose.
So I figured
sometimes.
I want to check this out. I feel like I should,
Okay.
just in case. But I figured I should let you on. You know, especially in recent events, in case
That's
something's
fair.
horribly, horribly wrong.
I
Get
mean,
arrested.
if we don't report
What if
to the
it's a
council,
trap?
okay. So if
Yeah.
we don't report to the council, they're going to think we were the
Yeah.
attackers.
I mean, this
Like
I would assume
poor
this is
choice.
after.
Right. No.
We'll
Velis, perhaps we need to find a way for you not to report to the council if they can dispel illusions.
I mean, we could just say you're sick.
Somehow, I doubt that will be good enough.
Maybe
Get
Fair?
Do they know that
Yeah,
he's
do they
with
care?
Have they seen all of us?
Yeah.
Well, the
Fair.
guards when we came into the
Come
city
down.
saw us, but they didn't see you in the morning. Perhaps they might not even ask.
They didn't ask how many of us there were.
If they
I
do
feel like
ask,
as
is
long
If
it
they
as-
do ask, I feel like
Somebody
he's sick.
report to them.
And
I
It was
feel
a
like
bad bit of beef, and
if they
They
do
didn't
They
make
could
Happy to
assume that I was with Pumat's group.
Right. They didn't know
Yeah.
that all of us were.
Yeah, and
a bunch
okay,
of people came in
worst
here.
case scenario, if they for some
came into the
strange
group.
reason ask, is it that weird to say that one of them was one of our elven companions was out walking the town and got caught up in a fireball incident and they're kind of recovering? Like, is that
I mean, the fireball was in the forest. I
Yeah,
don't
that
think.
seems-
Close
that
within the
seems risky.
territory we
I
are
feel
not
like-
allowed to be.
I
Where?
think I feel more comfortable with he's staying behind because, you know, bad bit of beef or whatever.
Can we get him some bad beef so it's not a lie?
I'm saying
Can we not try to poison me? I would really prefer not to add food poisoning to the list of things I have dealt with today.
Cortana says nothing.
I totally sympathize, but also I'm concerned that if they have like multiple mages that can dispel magic, they may also have multiple mages that can detect lies.
I'm just saying, if for some reason they ask specifically, like, "Oh, didn't you have
Yeah.
another elf buddy friend with you?" Like,
I mean, I
come up with something. I don't think they're gonna ask that though.
I
so-
don't
No,
think
I
they're
don't
gonna
either.
I don't think they care.
I don't want to plan to explicitly lie to them.
No,
Well,
but if it comes up,
it's a possibility.
I can stay here.
That seems.
I'm all for
And
too.
if
I
things
hate-
go badly at the council for the rest of you,
speaking of,
Oh yes, did you find anything
About-
out?
well, yes, I may have a vague idea, or at least who our friend on the be, or who the one sympathetic to these people
Oh,
might be.
Wait, what?
To be fair, we haven't told the other two about that.
Oh yeah,
One sympathetic to who? To what?
Oh,
What are
yeah.
you talking about?
Okay,
I'm so
the
confused.
people
hold
who
on.
wanted to do this peacefully.
Pause, rewind.
Rewind.
All I know is we are reporting about the dead person that we found.
So while you guys were out scouting the forest, Aiden and I were in the inn, and a very nervous young man came and spoke to us. He told us that there was a group in the city that, well, didn't like the social hierarchy such as it is, and that they were trying to make contact with a member of the council who was sympathetic to their cause. I guess their previous contact was the ranger we found dead.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm confused already.
Okay, why are you
They're
confused?
contacting
Babies?
what?
The council.
Why do they need
So-
to contact in the council? I don't
Because they want to change the social system, and so they need someone with power, right?
Okay.
And so there is
Wow.
someone in the council that they know is sympathetic, but they don't know who it is. I assume this ranger told them.
Yeah.
And
I might have an idea.
they asked us to bring these lilies, which are a symbol that
No.
the sympathetic person would understand. They also at that time mentioned that there was a subgroup that was getting impatient and wanted to take more hasty action, which I
think we saw the
rather
result.
We
fear
saw what that. Yeah,
those fireballs.
that would be hasty action.
But he seemed genuine enough, I think. Riza knew him, so that seems also positive. But now that that's happened, I don't know. Do we want to carry Lilies into the council? I'm a little more nervous about it.
We get ourselves involved in this, the
What
better.
happen if we bring flowers to them?
We're gonna get dragged into a fight that we're not a part of.
Yeah.
And with Aiden, we don't need a part in this.
A sympathetic council member might also be very leery now after what just happened. I would imagine. I would be.
I mean, like I
Okay.
said,
Am I really confused? Because I thought only one of them knew what the flowers meant, and the one who knew what the flowers meant was the nice one. So the others are just like, oh, flowers.
Well, as far as we know,
skittish now.
So then why are your flowers bad?
Because
Flowers,
doing
everybody
one
likes
favor
flowers.
leads to doing another favor.
no,
And that's taking what this man said at face value.
Get
and
dragged
also,
into
even if we take what he said at face value, and doing one favor doesn't lead to another favor, and all of that, he didn't believe that anyone else on the council would recognize what the flowers meant. But that doesn't mean that no one on the council would, right? Like, he could just not know. Even if I think he was being honest, but even if he's being honest, sometimes people just don't have all the information. And if someone on the council gets
I'm confused.
nervous,
Just to give these some way to contact him again.
This seems like a lot of trouble. Why can't the guy just take the flowers there himself or something? I don't know.
because he doesn't have an
He
audience.
can't get to the council.
Yeah.
Okay, why does he need to take the flowers to the council? What does that do him any good if he's not the one there?
It gives
Tells
person on the council signal.
it's a signal.
This seems like a lot of hassle that, according to you guys, is going to do nothing but get us killed and is not going to help anybody, so I'm not sure why you would ask us to do it.
Well, before there were fireballs,
Well,
I
it will
think it
help
was a
people.
lot.
You'd be the
It would have.
one
It was a lot
simpler
simpler before,
I'm concerned that now things have literally
Things have
exploded. It might be more complicated than it seemed before things literally exploded.
But if it's a sign of peace, that means that we are definitely not with the exploding guys.
It's a sign asking for help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, could thy magic perhaps shed light on this
That is not
new
the exploding
situation?
But it's still somebody involved in this.
Huh?
Could thy
incident.
magic perhaps enlighten us to this new situation?
I mean, I can try. When you start trying to cast it repeatedly.
Yeah,
I can try to do it again.
You
But-
could try.
I can try, but like I said,
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah, I know
instantly
not
go
how it
like
works.
haywire. It's like
no,
20.
it just what is it? It's a 25% chance of getting a random.
25% cumulative chance for each casting after the first within
Yeah.
7. If you cast a spell 2 or more times before finishing your next long rest. There's a
Okay,
cumulative
so
25%.
I could potentially cast it once.
No, it says 2 or more, right?
2 or more, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but so you only have a 75% chance of it not being random and a 25% chance.
Yeah.
of it being
And no way of knowing which it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's.
Yeah.
From what I saw, okay, the vision I had, I saw I saw the first rain, and then I saw I assume it's the council chamber. It looked fancy and elven and pretentious.
Fair assumption then.
It's inside a tree, if that helps. I did find that much out.
Did it look like it was? I don't know if I saw.
It's cylindrical, and it was very tall.
Yeah, it was cylindrical and tall, and pretentious, and probably elven.
Tree.
Sounds about right.
And all of the chairs, I did not write down 7
There were 7.
7 chairs, and all of them except for one were covered in shadow, in darkness that looked a lot like a dream I had a while back. So that was unnerving. And there was one that was like glowing with moonlight, And I assume that means there's one person. That's the one person that you're.
Do you think you'll recognize which chair it was when you're actually there?
I mean, did I get a good enough look at? Because you mentioned like the chairs each. I could see different.
So
Slightly different.
throne, they were slightly
Throne.
different, with like different markings, different growths and plants and flowers around it. And it looked like there was also stuff that had accumulated and piled up around it, like I don't know if it's extra stings or detritus, or like other chairs, or just it was difficult because everything was kind of in shadow. But they were all sort of like piled up and stuff with this throne kind of on top of it all.
It was like blank number from the left or something, or
Yeah.
I mean,
By placement, maybe.
Could try, potentially recognize.
So 6 in
Assuming-
shadow and 1
in moonlight.
in light.
Right.
Okay.
With the fact that it was
Moonlight
now that I think about it, with the fact that it would
specifically.
what did moonlight looked like moonlight specifically mean anything?
It looked like moonlight, and your meeting is at night.
What did your message say?
If you want to read into a dream.
Well, this wasn't a. You haven't seen.
It was a very specific vision.
I have very specific
Tis a bit
dreams.
more
my
than a
friend.
dream.
This was not
I am the first person to say that all of
What did the message say again?
the message I got
oh,
said
shit, but
moonrise, the graveyard, the queen watches.
It said moonrise?
Yes.
That could
And
be
then
connected.
I assume that's
moonlight. I mean, I feel like it might be connected.
I
I
am the
think
first person to say that
Everything's connected if you try hard.
all of this is bullshit like Aiden, but at the same time, I think that we could use any advantage that we can get right now.
So wait,
You're not in a good
Does
position.
not call my
you
lords
saw the
magic
dead lady,
bullshit.
and then you saw the council room, and then one of the chairs was in moonlight. The rest were all
The rest were in shadow.
okay.
So
Well,
what did the lady have to do with this then? Because that was part of it too.
I mean, she was kind of looking at.
she was their old contact.
She was their
which
old
would tie
contact.
to, which would make
But
sense.
she wasn't
then.
on the council, or was
No,
she?
She was the
She was
first
just-
ranger.
A high-ranking.
Whatever that is.
She was the contact to the council, Velis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume like the guards. She was like the like high up in
High
the,
up. Yeah.
I feel like
A middle
Bailey's has a
one.
very
Seemed
good
very-
understanding of rankings. She's like, there's the person in charge, and then there's
Obviously.
everybody else.
Yeah,
Just like trying to follow all this
it's very.
Okay.
Oh, complicated. Why would you do this?
well, so okay. So if
Fortunately,
Velis,
we can't
you
like,
you
be a
stay
shot.
behind when we go to the council, which
Yeah.
I'm loath to leave anyone behind or separate, but
Especially when I don't have my sending spell prepared, but
if they don't,
I don't want to.
but if they can dispel your disguise, that's
That's a
dangerous.
chance we don't want to take.
Dear. Oh dear.
This town is turning out to be way more trouble than I was worried.
Yeah.
Well, we
agree with
didn't
that.
expect this.
No.
That seems to
Every
happen to
town
us
tends
a bit
to
more than
go
we
towards
Mhm.
would like.
Always managed to find yourselves into something.
So the woman this morning saw Cortanis and Felice and I, so that we have to go.
So
They
wait,
know
wait,
there are others.
wait, here's an idea. Sorry, you can finish.
No,
but
go
then I
ahead.
have an idea.
Go. I'm just thinking out loud, so please go ahead.
Well, so am I kind of. But so, Elias, you saw which chair was lit up, right?
Yeah.
So
Could describe
when
it.
we're close enough to people, you can talk to them like telepathically, right? Sort of.
I have a spell
Something?
that allows me
Oh.
to speak to them.
Yeah. So what if like we're worried that we're gonna send the wrong message with lilies? What if Elias can let you know which of the chairs was the glowy one? Can you like talk to that person secretly and be like, yo, this guy gave me lilies.
I don't think casting a spell in the
They
Yeah.
would probably recognize that I was casting a spell.
I think even using a cantrip in there would probably not be a good idea.
No,
Subtlety is your friend.
Especially if they're already.
That's true. But I mean, it would at least let us know which one is safer to talk to, maybe.
We could, yeah, and we them
if we ever
afterwards.
get a chance to get in there.
I mean, do they like never leave that place?
It's an isolated area of the city. Velis
Yeah.
walked in because it looked like an elf, but
well, I mean, they invited us to come talk to the
they're
council
probably
tonight.
going to be on high alert. Anything else?
We show up. We say we were asked to report to the council tonight. We know that something terrible happened. So
What happened? Yeah, we were told to report on what we found about the ranger, but
you know, we try to see. We just tell them what we saw. I mean, we could bring the lilies, but I don't know.
we could
that makes
maybe
sense.
bring a lily.
That sounds more.
Does the innkeeper know how to contact this person
Was that a
again
knock?
to speak with them again?
There's a knock at the door.
Oh,
One of us goes to
Got
the.
the human. Actually, no, the original elf disguise.
Katanas will go to the door and try to like slowly open it, just like a crack to peek through.
You can see Reza standing out there, and then behind her is what looks to be a city guard.
Oh.
And she's like, steps to the side, and the city guard kind of like squares up. A curfew has been placed upon the city. Please stay here and indoors. An escort will be sent this evening. He sort of bows his head. And then turns
of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know.
Reza just sort of looks at you, looks at the guard, looks back at you.
Just frowns to her, but gives a nod.
And just goes downstairs.
Okay.
Just quite the quagmire now.
That makes things a little more complicated.
A little more complicated,
but is not entirely surprising.
Hey, Velis. That cloak helps you be extra stealthy, right?
Does?
Can I borrow it tonight?
Elias, you can't
What
go
are
out
you
by
trying
yourself
to do?
to
I'm
this.
not going to go by my Cortana's with.
I mean, Katanas wouldn't let you go by yourself.
Yeah.
What if I go with him again as a cat? Like
Honestly,
I am at least somewhat
Unless people
discreet.
probably don't.
Yeah.
cats are super discreet, unless that'd be a bad thing.
I could. I mean,
The thing about that cloak is that normally, because Velis tends to disguise, it just looks like a normal cloak. But unless it's actually under a hat of disguise, it's a drow piwafui. It's like it screams like drow.
It screams.
I could. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it has a spider web pattern on it. It cannot
Wow.
in like silver.
which I will say, Velis fucking hates that because he doesn't follow the Spider Queen.
Yeah.
But
well, as long
okay.
as I mean,
I forgot
as
about
long
that.
as nothing happens
Interesting,
to
it's a
make me
hat.
use a bunch of spells, I mean, I can make the couple of us invisible. Elias, so that might help. You?
I'd really rather not.
All sneak out during our
Yeah,
curfew.
I was really.
We go wander into.
I didn't
Only
mean
me.
all of us sneak out into the curfew.
If thou couldst to me,
I-
Maria, 'twould be quite appreciated.
Elias, I'm mostly concerned about Elias, Cortanis. You're very,
I mean, I'm not
You're
terrible at being sneaky, but
you're significantly worse at it than Cortanis.
I don't have much that would help someone else sneak around. I'm good at moving quietly on my own, but I don't think my cloak is going to help you too much.
yeah, I forgot about the whole spider thing.
Yeah.
I just,
I mean,
I'm actually
if you're sneaking around at night in the dark, it would give you advantage on stealth checks and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
just be aware that if you're walking around with it in daylight, it's incredibly conspicuous.
Yeah.
And if you want to borrow it tonight, we'll
Figure something out.
see. But
Let's maybe get through the council first.
Yeah.
And then make plans for this, because we don't know what's going to happen tonight.
I mean, look, I'd rather it just be me and Cortanis go tonight. The rest of you stay here.
it's your meeting.
I mean, ideally, but that was my original plan, but that's like a bad plan.
Just be careful.
I am always careful.
Let's
That is very, very untrue.
let's
I have no
see
idea
what happens with the council
I have
tonight,
seen
and then we can
the
finalize.
reckless
Yeah.
shit you pull, Elias.
Yeah, look into the pot calling kettle black.
Fair.
Yeah,
But let's
kind of like all of the times where like I almost got everybody into trouble, but just quite didn't.
see what happens tonight with the council this evening,
Yeah.
Agreed.
and then
Start
we can
there.
finalize whatever the plan
Would
is.
it be a bad idea to see if Reza has a second room in case they come calling at our room? Just
That's
not be in here?
not a terrible plan.
Speaking of
Would that be
Reza,
more
Miria,
specific?
couldst thou use thy messaging
there?
magic, perhaps to ask her if she certainly has ties with this half-elf you spoke with earlier?
I mean, she certainly knew him.
Yeah,
Perhaps
definitely.
speaking to him again would not be a terrible idea if she knowest who
I
he
mean, the
is.
city's under curfew. I don't think anybody's going
Yeah,
anywhere.
we're not allowed to leave the inn until they
But if
send.
thou hast met with him, perhaps if he is close enough, thou couldst use the same magic?
He has to be very close, and I have to know at least in the general direction where he is.
Yeah.
And I have not
Sending us our message.
Yeah, I can't do the kind of spell that Elias can do sometimes.
Yeah.
But all I can do is short range. It's simpler and less.
Yeah, you can do it more often.
I can do it all the time, but
yeah,
I
you can do it all the
can't
time. Mine is
Forgive
it
me. And
for
from
distance.
a time
No,
of
no,
much
I
magic,
understand.
but magic myself is lost.
We can. I mean, we should probably see if we can get another room.
not a terrible
Wait,
idea.
did we really only take one room?
I think you did. You chose.
Okay.
I think we did.
Slumber party.
I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna head
another room.
downstairs.
Okay.
Okay.
The girls want their own room.
The girls.
The girls. Meaning...
Meaning
We're
Thales and Miria.
Yep.
The small folk want their own room.
The small
Small.
folk want their own room.
Cortanis isn't what this is.
Just with the bags as usual.
Actually, I think we're mostly ends up carrying the shit, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So she's got actually plenty of rooms. It's. We're happy to. Oh, pardon me. Let you take over another space if you wanted to.
I'd like to, while talking to her about that, just kind of slip 10 gold across the counter and just say, I think you've seen enough to know that we're just passing through here and we seem to be getting dragged into things that are far over our heads, so I would just appreciate if you
She puts her hand on the coins and like pockets them very smoothly. Quietly says, "You talk too much and I didn't see any."
Thank you.
Like her.
I like her. Yeah. I like her. She's cool. Okay.
She's like, well, I prepped for the lunch hour and I don't think anyone's going to be coming, so meal's ready whenever you want to eat. And you can smell like it's like hitting you kind of all at once. just the sort of level of exhaustion and tiredness and the smell of the meats. Or it's actually like a nice warm autumn, very earthy, and maybe even like some fresh bread. You're not entirely sure, but she says she'll start laying some things out if you. I mean, you can stay up if you like, but I'd rather not any of this go to waste. And at this point, you're the only ones here.
I don't think we're going to be able to eat all of it. But.
The sudden slight worry as Cortanis reaches up and just presses her hand against her studded leather armor that doesn't have a coat over it. This shall be difficult later. Because we can't get to...
Wear what we have.
Yeah.
She looks kind of sad at that slightly,
well,
but...
we can still go
not
out, right?
Yeah,
it's not at night.
Yeah, the curfew's not immediate.
Okay, so we can go get our stuff.
But
at sundown,
start drying.
Everyone needs to, but because of that, there's a lot of people, oh, dang, I had business, or, that kind of stuff. So everyone's kind of bustling and getting into home, because nobody wants to, even be caught out anywhere close to the evening and have to deal with a bunch of guards who aren't happy to see people on the streets.
Okay, then she'll at least keep an eye on the time where she needs to go pick stuff up for people.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, I may run out real quick and check in with... We didn't, clear out Pumat, did we?
Of magic items?
Pretty much.
I mean, almost.
Almost. I know we didn't have a...
Oh, he was coming back to this inn, right? Or...
Yeah, was he?
Tonight, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I might just...
We talked about meeting him here to exchange our stuff, because we don't have the stuff from him yet.
Well, we don't have the bag.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to empty the bag out.
Anything that could be helpful. Being slightly lighter of foot, but...
I don't know what the rest of you want to do. I would just really like to go get a bath, so I'm going to do that.
Let's eat some lunch.
Yep, lunch, too. But you can go to the bath.
We'll deal with what we have when we cross that bridge. And mixing the metaphors.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Let's not burn anything.
There's
that
been
was
enough
a very, very poor choice of words
That
today.
seems like a dangerous metaphor today.
Yeah. So I would say you could probably reverse it, and it's less
slightly more
dress. So the spider webby side is the dress, but if you invert it, it is simpler and plainer. But it's a very distinctive shape and cut. So anyone who is familiar with drow culture would recognize it very easily.
Okay.
But yeah.
So on a drow.
I mean, I could try and I killed a drow and took his cloak, and now I just wear it inside out because it's super awkward otherwise.
I think technically you actually did kill a drow.
I think
that is true.
That's where you got it from.
You killed a drow and took the cloak. You just didn't take it from the drow that it belonged to.
Yeah.
True.
But we all know how good Elias is at deception. So
yes,
or persuasion.
Ever at all.
Which he's better at.
Better does not mean good.
Hey, he's got a
Cortanis would be straight deception.
Oh, a 2!
It's a
2.
It's not even a 0 anymore.
Let's take a short break here for drinks and other such. We're sort of at a nice natural breaking point.
Cool.
We'll come back in 10-ish. That works for everybody?
Yep.
Get some caffeine.
Alright. Yes.
Holy shit!
You got out, fellas.
That was terrifying!
Oh my god.
And we're not bringing you back in because
that was so scary.
When he started describing the dispelling magic, I was like, oh god, if we bring Velas tonight and they use that.
I was thinking about the entire time. And before the whole fireball thing happened, I was kind of in the back of my head thinking that being a drow could be slightly useful as a
Nope.
point of convincing if they didn't believe the aberrations were a threat, and then fireballs happen.
Make you a
And you're like, nope, never mind.
Now it's like, nope. I didn't do anything. For once, I'm innocent.
Velas did nothing wrong.
Why is it that Velas gets the most trouble when he's doing the least shady thing?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to make more coffee, but I would like to take Erin's advice and do the alcohol thing. I would not say no to a glass of wine right now.
I understand.
That was so scary.
You are still alive.
Somehow.
Weird is a little reluctant to let Elias and Cortanis go off by themselves this time, just because last time the two people went off by themselves and ended in fireballs and explosions.
At least this time we're aware that we might be. We're aware that there could be trouble.
We're always aware there
but...
could be trouble, but...
I mean, we were aware there could be trouble sending Velas into the woods, too. We weren't expecting fireballs and explosions.
Right. Well, that was fun drinking with my friend in chat. It was nice enough to buy me the wine to drink at all this fucking Velas shit. Goddamn Velas.
It was not my fault! Not his fault!
I know it's not your fault this time, but oh my god, going into people's houses was kind of your fault.
There was literally no other way to get through there, though. Well, there was, but I forgot about the potion of invisibility till I got inside. So it was like, that was the point of, oh fuck, I can use this.
I mean, to be fair, the potion of invisibility was risky in and of itself, because
Yeah.
the dispel magic that was going on,
Yeah, that could.
if you ran into range of that.
Kristen, your tankard has become my tankard of sobriety. I put my soda in it. I really need to get one of those for Cortanis.
So Cortanis can drink with everybody and still stay sober?
Yeah. Also, I found from other campaigns a great way to win drinking contests.
Oh god. No, Cortanis
Elias
would
would
cheat
not
at
be
drinking
above that.
contests. Yeah,
I mean,
I
it
was
is
gonna
a
say,
pattern at this point.
Elias would steal the tankard of sobriety so he could cheat at drinking contests.
Gotta pay for that soap somehow.
I'm sure the soap was, breaking the bank.
I mean, she thinks it's technically Elias's money, so...
I like that cat. There's a bit of tequila crust on the floor.
Yeah, I do wish the flowers had been something less conspicuous than lilies, because where you would absolutely have just braided some into her crown braid.
Yeah.
Because that
I'm telling you though, I'm like, Felice is like, if I walk in with a flower, Felice can figure out ways. I feel like, first of all, Felice's hair is so big and curly that it probably could just fit in her hair and nobody.
I mean, for Felice, maybe we can figure out a way to bring one lily with Felice and just pass it
Like,
off.
do the Moana thing or whatever. Do the one big lily behind the ears.
On Wiria, one big lily would be pretty conspicuous because she doesn't have big fluffy hair.
Yeah.
But if it were daisies or something you could actually braid into a flower crown, that would be so weird. She'd be like, yes, let me braid these little flowers into my hair.
It's pass on the message and then make it very clear that
feel like at this point I really do need to figure out, okay, what would go on a Velis shenanigans drinking game list.
Why? Why Velis?
Because
You
Velis
tell me.
gets up to a lot of shenanigans.
Right? Or just say this campaign
rogue.
drinking game.
Yeah.
Hashtag rogue.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, you know, bards can also get up to lots of shenanigans, but Weary
Yeah.
is, like, so nice that she doesn't get into nearly as many shenanigans.
We do need a Wild Times and Wildemount drinking game, though.
We do.
Yeah. But Kurtas
Every
getting
time
covered in
now, you
slime
know,
would be a instant don't do this if you're a designated driver.
Every time Felice turns into an animal.
Yeah.
So he becomes a sheep.
That conversation between Aiden and Wario was hilariously awkward.
Yeah, that was amazing. Every time there's an awkward conversation, I feel like should be a...
Because, like, I think, and it's because, like, Wario
They're so
and Aiden
different.
have,
Nothing
like,
in common.
the
Yeah, they're
least
like
in common.
completely different people.
Yeah.
Like,
Honestly, I was muted because I had gotten up while you guys were having that conversation, which is a good thing because I was doubled over laughing.
Like, if I knew Supernatural, would this be like a Dean and Charlie? I don't know.
I didn't stick around long enough for Charlie, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
Charlie
I
was
need to
great.
get Phoebe needs to get to that point, technically. Phoebe's been watching it without me, but I've been trying
I
to, like,
love
listen
Charlie.
over my shoulder sometimes.
I watched a little bit of it. I never got super far into it, but I watched some of
I'm
it.
like, I don't know if it would be like Dean and like you're.
I think we're in
Comparing
season
it-
3
I
now.
don't know.
Huh?
Hmm?
What did Aaron? What did you say?
I was saying, I'm pretty sure, like, Phoebe got us to season 3 now, even though I missed a lot of episodes in between because she's been watching it without me.
Oh.
I haven't watched it in
I'd say
years
season
because
three
it
is
just
almost-
got really weird.
Yeah,
I stopped like 3 episodes into season 11.
I just don't like
I
the fact
was-
that most of the time the women on there die.
Died.
Yeah.
Yeah. That gets
I was
old.
I was a
When
couple
it starts
seasons
becoming
in.
a pattern, you're like, okay.
No, what gets old is the fact that people don't stay dead.
That
No.
too.
What is that, too?
Yeah.
I got a couple seasons in, and like it was
Honestly, like the
good,
first
but
5 are
super
really
into
good.
it. Yeah,
After that,
was
it slowly starts like honestly, it wasn't until like really like 9 or 10 that I was really just like, okay, this is really getting repetitious.
yeah. I mean,
Phoebe's just like, these are my
liked
large
what
adult sons.
I liked
Yeah.
what I watched, but I was never into it enough to like really commit to watching. There was so much of it that I was never really into it enough to really
Yeah.
commit to watching
Yeah.
all of it.
Like, I liked it when
The-
it was
the
very
little-
much the like monster of the week kind
Yes.
of show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And like, when it
That's
stopped
episode.
being that, I started
Yeah.
a while.
that's fair.
Yeah,
After
the
that,
monster of the
and,
week
like,
stuff was fun.
This is
One and every
that's
every
why I
now
was
and then they throw in
every
an
now and then they'll throw in.
really, and those are the best episodes. Like,
Yeah.
and they have some really funny episodes later on, like the one where they get transported to like an alternate world or whatever, where they are Jensen Ackles, and
Oh, I've heard of that one.
oh my
yeah, I've heard
gosh,
vaguely of that.
that is
Yeah.
the funniest episode, mostly because oh my gosh, I just blanked on his name. The guy that plays Cass
Mm.
is like
Mm-hmm.
Misha?
the funniest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Misha. Everyone loves Misha.
Well, in that episode, though, it's so funny because he's Misha in that episode. He's like, "Why are you guys weird?" Like,
haven't gotten to Castile yet.
Castiel's
Castile
actually
come in?
really good.
Yeah, I like.
I want to say he's
3.
no,
Here's the 4.
it's
No.
4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it might
So
be
still
4,
got a
'cause
while.
I got through season 4, or like part of season 4, I think. So I like at least got up to where they met Cast.
Yeah, beginning of 4. I just googled
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
it.
good to know.
So
Well, and he takes a while to warm
we
up.
can have another
I
large adult
remember when he
son.
first showed up, I wasn't a big fan of him. And I was at that point I was catching up, so it was like everybody was already raving about him. So I was like, okay, I know this guy gets fit. Like
He
it
gets
wasn't
better.
that long when it was like, okay, now he is just actually really kind of funny. And
Yeah, he's not that interesting.
I may have just gotten to that because I feel like I met Castiel
Yeah.
But I didn't get much past the initial introduction.
Yeah. It's whenever it gets funnier the more he like starts to slowly pick up on things.
Yeah.
Similar to like almost Cortana's figuring out like this word means
I mean, that
this.
is a fair assumption from what I've heard.
I mean, his whole like ass butt line, which is like the funniest thing, is like one of the first episodes or whatever where they show up, and I forget who they're talking to, but they're like, they throw, some Dean throws out something, insult whatever at him, and Castiel just basically calls him like ass butt, and from what I recall, Dean just turns to look at him, and he's like, ass butt? Like, what?
During that conversation, I was half tempted to have Cortana say thank thee for not being a prick.
But the Charlie is great, and there's a lot of character. I feel like everybody doesn't stay dead, and the ones that I want to come back do stay dead. Because there's a lot of characters that it's like this season has this character, and they're great, and then they die.
Yeah.
And then,
like we literally just got to the Gordon vampire episode.
The which one?
The vampire hunter becomes a vampire episode.
Oh, that.
I don't specifically remember that episode.
Yeah, like Gordon Walker or something like that. Like, and when the crazy Jesus guy dies.
What season is that?
Season 3, I think.
Gosh,
I think I
feel like I want to look this up now because
the black guy vampire hunter who really wants to kill Sam becomes a vampire.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I know what you mean. Maybe. Still need to look it up.
Vaguely. Like I vaguely remember that. It's been a while. Like I watched it a bit when I was watching it.
Yeah,
I was
we're really
still
late.
In, law school. And then I stopped. I think.
Also, sorry, whoever's watching these spoilers. Maybe if you don't watch Supernatural,
if you're as far behind
Supernatural,
the time lapse has ended.
There's so many. Wait, what?
Oh man!
Like the one person who's actually watching right now. I'm sorry.
If you actually.
For some reason, the call kicked me.
Oh no.
I need to get caught up on Star Trek Discovery.
I need to watch Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, me too.
Very different, but
I've heard really good things. I just need to watch it.
Season 1 is great. I'm excited for season 2.
I haven't watched any of it.
Of what? Sorry,
Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things go into it. No, knowing it's not that it's different.
Well, I mean, literally
Trek.
Literally every Trek
this
series is
this
different.
This is very different. This is like I heard it described one time as Battlestar Trek, which is actually not inaccurate. Kind of. It's got a little. It's. I mean,
a lot more diversity.
Like as it's.
A lot more diversity.
Yeah, a lot more diversity.
I mean,
I love Michael Burnham so much.
I cannot believe
she is the best.
Yeah. I mean, my point being, like, there are certain specific things I expect from Trek, and if they're not there, then it doesn't feel like Trek.
Yeah,
but they're not.
It feels, so far as I've been watching it.
You cut out
initially. I said, my experience with watching one has been as I'm going through it, it's starting to feel more like Trek.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like...
Initially, it's very, like, oh.
It's weird, because, like, I think what I mean is, like, the things that I look for in Trek aren't necessarily things that I guess there's some things that if you were explaining Trek, you might mention, but, like, they're not necessarily the things that when people try to explain what Star Trek is, that they come out with, right? Mm-hmm. So, and and it's because like each series is so different that like it's these weird little underlying things that I look for. So, you saying it's very different doesn't necessarily say anything to me because it won't feel as different to me if it meets those criteria as it might feel to someone else. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I mean, I think one of the things is that like this is about a very specific incident
Right.
in Trek, within the in-universe.
Yeah.
Star
Yeah.
Trek is about, like,
I guess
fairly
what are
early
the
on in-
criteria?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to sit down and
Yeah, it depends
think
on what
about it. It's Trek has a weird intellectual bent
Hmm.
that I don't really know how to express in words. That's very important to what Trek is. But it's not like it's very intellectual, because fuck no, it isn't.
No, it's
But
Techno jargon.
there's elements of Trek that are intellectual in a very specific way. There's also, in a way that's not necessarily, that separates Trek from a lot of other sci-fi. Let's put it that way.
It has a core optimism towards human potential and just
the core optimism towards human potential is a key. The other thing I would say is, and it always makes me laugh when people like get bitchy about Trek being progressive at times. Because I'm like, literally, if you look at the time period that any series of Trek is in,
if you look at the original Trek, it was a
like,
super progressive show for the time
super
period.
progressive.
The original Trek was super
It's
progressive.
not original Trek isn't progressive for now,
but it was
because it was in the 60s.
Oh yeah, you definitely get that in Discovery. Definitely.
That's really key to me, and like I know you do. I've heard
you
that,
definitely
but,
get
like, that's really key to me, because that's such a core piece of Trek. Has always been doing that. That's always been where Trek has pushed.
Yeah,
and the optimism is also really key.
And I think the optimism is different because, from what I've seen, that feels present in Michael. Specifically,
it doesn't have to be like 100%
a little bit,
but
Michael and Tilly, Michael and Tilly, but overall,
it's not necessarily character optimism.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The optimism feels present in those two characters, but not.
I think the optimism grows as the series progresses.
But at where I'm at, it's very dark.
I mean,
there's.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, as I said, I haven't seen it, so I really can't speak to that. I just
feel like it starts dark and that lightens kind of as the series progresses, and everyone kind of comes together.
You can have a very,
because this is very much feels like Michael's story, at least season 1.
You can have a very dark show that still has an underlying optimism to it.
Yeah,
and so as I said, without seeing it, I can't really say if it has what I'm looking for there. But I mean, enough people who really like Trek really like it that
I'm guessing it does. Just from what I've seen, I can kind of see that.
Yeah, like I said, I can see it.
It's more the underlying than the blatant that's important.
Yeah.
So it.
Oh yeah.
I think there is a very different character to the second season than the first, as embodied by the captain, and it's very interesting.
Right.
It's so very interesting because I totally came into this conversation like midway, so I don't know who's seen it and who hasn't. Who's seen the first season and not the second?
First season, not second season yet.
Most people haven't seen the second. I haven't seen any of it. I need.
Okay. I don't even know what you guys are talking about, so I'm just tuned out.
Right now,
I would say that the sense of like, oh, this is a darker show, without getting into spoilers, is
a lot to do with the captain and
a lot to do with the story they're telling in season 1 and who the captain of the Discovery is. And then when
I could see that
the story shifts somewhat in season 2, it's very dramatic, and it very much feels more like this sort of very not ethereal but abstract Trekness comes back, I think, because the captain of the ship, it's very interesting and executed, but each Trek show feels differently, and seemingly
Has a lot to do with
who is the captain and their style and how that sort of sets the tone.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I absolutely enjoyed the first season, and I like the second season because I really like how what they're doing with the introduction of a different captain.
I mean, I will say, like, speaking of darker Trek shows, I mean, parts of DS9 are friggin' dark. Super dark, super political, super intense. I remember when I first saw DS9 as a kid, it wasn't my favorite, and then as I got older, I really like it. I mean, I'm a TNG girl, but Patrick Stewart is my favorite. But DS9 is good.
Everyone's got their doctor. Everyone's got their Trek.
Yeah. The original series is sort of ridiculous. I'm a good way through. I've been slowly rewatching the original series, and I'm a good way through now. And it's such an absurd
original series is experience.
It is. It's a real
experience. More, like,
there's an episode where they go to a planet, and it's actual Nazis, like not like space Nazis, like not
Nazis.
These people are a stand-in for Nazis. No. Literal swastikas and Nazis. And you're like, what is this? Yeah, right. Could you hit me over the head
with it? Okay.
Anyway,
we probably get back to this before Bess falls asleep.
Right.
Anyway.
I think we're all back. I had to make food for the boys. Tracy's had to sit and was kind of out of it. So. Yeah, low blood sugars. Yeah. But bean and cheese burritos, yay, super easy.
Yeah.
Those are easy.
Yep. I just don't see your cam. That's the only thing I don't see.
Oh, I see his.
I see him.
Yep, I don't see it. I'll refresh.
One moment.
John sees him though. That's weird.
But it's that time of the night, huh?
I'm assuming it is.
I'll get it. There we go. Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Hey. I hit refresh and it's not doing anything yet. It's just being really slow.
You're not.
Like, everything but the cameras froze, but the page isn't actually reloading yet.
Oh, Roll20 froze for me too.
Oh, I need to wash my hands. We're back.
Oh no.
So that might actually be a Roll20 thing because it literally just froze for me.
Cool.
Oh wait, no, now, okay. I think I'm.
Yeah.
Hey, I got dice
Look at this. Promise, look at this.
Oh wait, nope. It wants me to. I have to go back in. Okay.
Yeah.
It froze and then it errored and then.
Yay! Okay.
Oh. Glad I made coffee. I was up late last night.
I wanted to be. I got interrupted watching because I had a friend who wanted to talk and then fell asleep in like 20 minutes. It's like, why did I stop watching this?
No.
Hey,
I'm still 2 episodes behind.
I love that they got Kit to do portraits for Travis.
Also, fuck Liam.
For the search for Grog, they got
I haven't watched that yet.
to do the portraits for Liam and Travis. So
I haven't watched.
I need to see.
I haven't watched Search for Grog yet.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm slowly.
I watched
normal campaign
a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
I'm still. Is Brendan back? Because
I'm back.
Yay! Okay, there he is.
I
didn't have video on it.
I'm slowly getting cameras back.
Yeah.
I got all the cameras now.
I don't have your camera, Kristen.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have you guys. I'm gonna try. Doing this.
Assuming it'll eventually show up, but yeah.
So you while away the hours discussing, debating, arguing, exasperating, trying to figure out what to do with yet another town.
Let's eat. We're getting hangry.
Yeah, you. I mean, it's basically just a complete feast that you have available to you of everything that she had prepared, anticipating a typical lunch and getting practically nobody but
And just
all of
having us.
Yeah.
So you can eat your fill. There is sort of a bathroom
Mm-hmm.
where there's baths and stuff. You can kind of draw and pour it over hot stones and stuff to create a warm bath for yourself. Plenty of hours and time to relax. I don't know if I don't think anyone's taken any damage yet today. So I don't think anyone needs to spend a short rest to spend hit dice or anything. But it is now late afternoon, and that is kind of the sound out.
Seems fitting.
So it is going to be getting to dusk soon, and so
Joss will go pick up the stuff beforehand, and then
Go pick up our fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Fancy
Make a
clothes.
good impression.
Yeah. So as you approach the place, you can actually see the older dwarf gentleman is sitting outside, sort of on a bit of a stool with a few boxes and stuff next to him, and it looks like he's locked up already. And he sees you coming. He's like, "Oh, excellent, good. I need to get off the streets. Take these."
yes, of course.
And then
Thank you.
And then he runs off.
he settles payments, and then he hustles away home. He does not want to be out and about.
Right, take boxes, just carry them.
Right. Yeah. You can see lots of kind of people. Kind of everyone that you see is sort of bustling and hustling to finish whatever business it is that they had, and there is a dramatically increased presence of guard everywhere, and you are. You stick out, and now you're carrying these weirdly large garment boxes and stuff like that. And so you feel eyes on you, but nobody stops you, nobody accosts you or anything. But you can definitely tell that you have garnered some measure of attention.
Kind of used to that at this point.
Yeah.
His background.
Super conspicuous.
Mm.
So it is just before dusk. Those of you who had ordered some clothes or can change into them.
Glad to have her coat back. The poor
right.
thing.
And you're sort of waiting about, and it's basically just as the sun begins to dip over the horizon to the west. A little bit earlier, just because there's mountains and it gets darker just a smidge sooner. It's almost like at that exact moment that the door opens, and you can see that there's a number of guards outside, and one of them.
Before expecting them, I would just like to say to everyone, be careful in there.
We'll do our best.
Do.
Do people care if I stay or go?
It's up to you, I suppose.
I don't think you didn't
Can't
go
stand
downstairs.
speak for
I
them.
don't think I had girls that went downstairs.
Yeah, it was just the
In
girls.
theory, they don't know you're here anymore than they know that I'm here.
Well,
Because I'll go just to,
I mean, yes,
But-
you need to be there because you are the only one who really knows what's going
No,
on.
I assume we took some time today to make sure that I knew what everything you got from.
Yeah, but I feel like it's still with this
Good
new
to have.
information, and he's the only one who knows which chair is the glowy chair. And
That glowy chair.
They may be talking about the monks a little.
Yeah,
I guess it just depends on if you care about that.
I mean, we can fill you in if you'd rather
It's up to you.
not deal with.
But if you're not going, we should go to the second room so that you're
I'll
not
go.
here when they come.
I think
No
you
one
had
is
planned
forcing
on
me.
going.
I can't remember.
You'd said you didn't want to go, but then you hadn't actually specifically said you weren't going. It was sort of a back and forth.
Yeah, it was.
Hadn't actually
It was reluctantly go.
Yeah.
who was going.
Crap.
I figure the fewer people we leave behind, the less likely they are to question it too. So it's probably better to.
Yeah.
I will expect the rest of you back in a few hours. And if you don't show up, I guess we'll have to figure something out.
Yes, that is accurate.
Yeah.
Hopefully we all make it back.
You show up.
That's a nice change of pace for you.
You're the one out of trouble now.
I'm debating if I should go ahead and cast tongues on myself
Not sure how I feel
now.
about that.
Wait.
How long does it
How
last?
long does it last?
It lasts an hour. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, where is
going to get there?
yeah.
How far is it?
Walking distance, I mean, if you're not running, maybe 20 minutes? 20, 30 minutes casual walking distance?
We don't know how long.
The only thing, like, I'm wondering the same thing with comprehend languages, because on the one hand, I don't really want to cast a spell in front of whatever guards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my only.
So-
I mean, we can explain just a spell to help me understand. I don't speak Elvish. It's a spell to help me understand.
Right.
You know.
I mean,
I know I can't speak, but perhaps Wiria would be best to speak to them.
well, I mean, if they our understanding is that they understand common should they choose to.
They just choose not to.
So I can make sure that I understand them and then just speak common in response. Alternatively, Cortanis, you can just act as a formal translator. It's up to you.
That is our wishes.
I mean,
Yeah. I'd like to.
I mean, I feel like
I guess once the escort shows to get us, I'll go ahead and cast tongues on myself.
yeah, that's like what I was going to do with comprehend languages too.
Yeah.
Is like as soon as if they come to pick us up,
Yeah. And I'll just
so they can
take the
always
chance.
recast it if they,
Yeah.
will let me. But
I'd rather not. Yeah. I'll just go ahead and once they come, the escort arrives, Elias will go ahead and cast tongues on himself.
Did Pumot ever come back to the inn?
oh yeah,
Yeah, shortly before it's sort of nightfall, he does
Okay.
return.
can we do our trade with him before all?
Oh, yeah, no, he's more than happy to
Cool.
swap goods as planned. He asks if you'd heard about what was going on. There was apparently some kind of ruckus, and he's concerned.
Somewhat Master Soul.
I was hoping that you were not involved.
No, not really. We just. It looks like someone set off some fireballs.
Yes.
Oh.
What doth we look
Fireballs.
like? Some invulnerable vagrants or somewhat?
He sort of like pauses there for a moment, taps his chin a little bit.
Cortanis names the store. No, I guess someone was. I don't know, but there was some fireball explosions, and then they. Whoop.
You didn't sell anything, did you?
Oh, earlier in the day I might have, but by the end it did get kind of scarce. I think I packed up a little early.
Well, I meant anything specifically
Like a
involving
wine?
fireballs.
Oh gosh. No, not this time around. No. I mean, I can certainly make. Well, it's not really a. It's I do have this blueprint that I did find, and it's used to craft sort of a necklace. But I haven't gathered the materials for that.
Well,
Twas a
That's
wand,
good.
right? Did they explain that? I assume?
we wouldn't necessarily. We haven't told him that Fellas was literally there.
Ah.
So
Never mind.
we just knew that fireballs happened, and yeah.
Well, that's not nothing magic. That's,
No.
Oh well.
that takes somebody with power,
Yeah.
for sure.
That's great.
Now we're under this curfew, so we'll see what happens. But we have to go speak to the council soon. So
Well, good luck.
thank you.
Definitely keep your nose out of trouble.
We shall
I'm
certainly try,
saying-
Master Soul.
Certainly try.
You can certainly try.
Do you happen to have anything that would help them be a little quieter, a little more light on their feet? Maybe.
What? Well, not really.
If not, don't worry about it.
I'm sorry.
Did Pilmont
I kind of got cleaned out of a lot of.
Yeah.
Did Pilmont see Velas as a drow? I can't remember.
I probably, yeah, at some point.
I think so.
Probably looking for like an entire
Yeah.
day. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. In that case, I'd just say, and for reasons that I would hope are obvious, I would appreciate if you don't mention why I look like this, if anyone gets curious about anything before you leave.
Yeah, he nods and it's like he acknowledges it, but he doesn't say that. So are you planning on sort of casting stuff? Like, so you said you wanted to cast, like, so you were going to cast comprehend languages,
Mhm.
and then Elias, you were going to cast tongues.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and probably gonna keep my mouth because that
You cut out.
spell works. I said probably just keep my mouth shut as much as possible because that spell works
Okay.
differently than.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So you understand any spoken language, and then anyone can understand you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then comprehend languages is just one way. You understand.
Right. I just understand whatever they say.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
So if they choose not to understand common, I mean, to be fair, if they choose not to understand Elias speaking wouldn't help either.
Right.
But Cortanus can just.
Okay.
Well, but even if they choose, will understand.
They still understand, but if they make us make Cortanus act as human translator, Cortanus can act
That's
as
fine.
human translator.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'll just-
So are you gathered up in your room, or are you downstairs in the main room, sort of as you're waiting for them to arrive?
I was thinking if we want to cast right as they arrive, maybe we're in the room because then we can cast as before the door opens.
Yeah.
We're not
They know
"Here,
to go to
you
that
can-"
door, apparently.
Yeah, they know what room we're in. So
Yeah.
And I'll just say, be careful and good luck, and head to the other room.
Okay.
There is no way this plan can go bad.
Whoa!
Don't say that. Please
You
don't say that.
You hear them coming long before you can see them.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Because
sure.
you can hear the measured boot steps. There are no bugles. There is no fanfare, but you just hear the measured marching of a number of soldiers.
So the next 6 seconds is a flurry of everybody casting spells before they get to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that a contingent of soldiers has arrived, and that sort of imperious-looking dwarf that was there in the morning has returned, but there is no courier or anyone with them. It's just a number of soldiers and then this dwarf. And he enters the inn alone, the door sort of open and close, along with some muffled conversation coming from downstairs. So you can either go down now,
okay, yeah.
wait
I mean-
till someone comes up.
So, quick question with the fact that I believe can replace most material components. I assume if there's not like a gold value on it. Okay.
If there's not a gold value on it, your divine focus or whatever it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tongues would actually be very easy to cast then, because it's just visual and like verbal and material.
Yep.
And there's no
somatic component.
There's no somatic component. There's no.
It's not super like.
Yeah,
kind of
I could probably potentially just whisper under my breath.
Yep.
Yeah, where it has Calabrian languages has all three. So.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Tongues is very powerful, but it is a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, Player's Comprehensive Languages is level 1.
Yeah, that's why.
So, you are assembled downstairs. The nods to all of you, and
All right. Go ahead and cast tongues.
in front of the dwarf, or before you go downstairs.
Right before I go.
Okay.
Right in front of the door. I stand there.
Once they're done, then Cortanus opens the door and escorts them out.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right before I go downstairs.
Yeah. So he doesn't really sort of say much. He just waits till everyone kind of comes. Just kind of assuming you're going to follow him out. So he leaves, sort of taking very little notice of Reza or anything else. Just kind of like looks over his shoulder as he steps outside and at all of you, and kind of continues on. Just kind of waiting for all of you to kind of come outside. And as you do, the soldiers just kind of like fall in behind you as a group. There's about about a dozen of them.
Wow, we're rating quite the escort here.
Yeah.
And they're sort of marching in ranks of 2, 6 deep, and they just sort of march behind. The dwarf does have a very quick pace, and you can see there are guards posted pretty much very sporadically around. But as you approach that gate where you were earlier, you can see that there is a line of guards that extends down the forest as far as you can see, probably one every maybe 10, 20 yards, with torches sort of like planted in the ground, and they all have bows at the ready, and it just goes on. It's many of them, and you can see there's pairs of guards that are kind of patrolling around in the city area, with also the torches.
As we're walking, so can I just kind of try see if I can get an idea of where a graveyard might be? Because
you don't know where one is.
Where one is. If I can.
You had walked about away.
Earlier in the day, maybe. If I
Right. I mean, I would say you had spent some time outside, not knowing where it was, and so I would say that you knew that it is actually sort of on the far side of the city area. It's kind of like on the outskirts.
Okay, away from the fancy part of town.
Very away from. Yeah.
Okay.
Very away, and outside of the town for a ways. You actually have to travel a good 5 or 10 minutes to reach it.
Okay.
So as you sort of make this procession down the sort of terrace way and then the promenade, you can see there are lit torches regularly placed. It's natural fire, and I don't think any of you had seen it previously, but it's just lots of with the canopy being so thick over. And it getting to be night, really all you can kind of see is just what's lit by the torches, and it's just where in the daytime it was enchanting and bright and ethereal, it's just every shadow seems to move in the flickering torchlight, and it is kind of dark and oppressive. There's very little sound, and really kind of all you can hear is the jangle of the arms of the soldiers that are moving behind you. And you kind of progress up this main promenade area to this massive, massive tree. And there's sort of like a large archway, it looks like it's naturally cracked or grown open, that kind of leads to an interior. You can see you're escorted straight inside, and it's like a small antechamber of sorts. And the guards, as you begin to enter the tree, they stop, and the dwarf just kind of continues on, not even seeing if you're following behind him. But he stops, and there's a number of chairs and benches and small, like, side tables. This looks very much to be like a waiting room or something of the sort. And there's a cabinet. He goes and he opens up the cabinet to all of you, and then asks in Elvish if any of you are able to speak the tongue. And then he can see by your responses which ones of you can understand him.
Which is all of them, basically.
Well, I
feel like Billy's going over area.
I think.
What did you just say?
Yeah.
As he looks around to see our responses, where it'd say, "I understand, but I do not speak in common."
Okay. And he says, there are many traditions that have been brought to the city of Gordon from their homeland, and one of those is that only the tongue of their elders is spoken amongst them and in their chambers. If you cannot understand it, and he sort of holds up, it looks to be like, it's a swaddle of just kind of like a swaddle of black cloth, it looks. We have means by which you would be able to understand what is being spoken.
Peleus just looks a little confused, like, okay. What?
And he sort of like gestures for you to step forward a bit.
She'll slightly hesitantly be like, okay.
It simply means for you to understand, Peleus.
Right. And so basically, it's like it's a cloth, and it's like a headband, but as he sort of unrolls it a little bit, it also has this thick black cloth veil that completely obscures your vision, and you cannot see anything. You can understand, and you can hear him as it like sort of falls over your face a little bit, talking in Elvish. Immediately, you can begin to understand what he's saying, and then I'm sure you would naturally pipe up. You are completely silent. You are not able to say a single word.
So this is what you see.
Oh.
Flailing because you can't see either.
Right. Those who are unable to speak the language of the ancestors are asked not to speak at all.
That's what you hear from underneath.
You hear from me suddenly.
Well, then.
Like looking slightly to Waria.
Away because she's trying to like tell them like, guys, I can't see, but she can't.
She looks at Aiden and Cortanus. I suppose one of you will have to speak.
Yeah, I don't know how this
understand, Waria. I shall translate for thee.
I can't speak, Cortanus. He said I am not allowed to speak, so one of you will have to do all the talking.
Yes. Yeah. I shall translate for thee.
Because Aiden, you speak. You can't translate.
Aiden's not coming, right?
Yeah.
Aiden came, didn't he?
I'm waving you off. I'm not taking part in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aiden,
but no, what Waria is saying
is the only one who actually
she's not allowed to
speak. Kurt, Waria can't even open her mouth in this room.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess that's
according to what this dwarf is saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Cortanis, you have to do all the talking.
Yeah.
I can.
All right.
I don't know if what I can do counts as.
No, it's not the language. It's not the tongue.
It's not the tongue. I mean,
Well, the thing is, they wouldn't necessarily know.
Yeah,
Yeah, they just hear their tongue.
The way tongues is described, it doesn't sound like that's what that means.
It means that they understand whatever you say.
Right,
so
but that
she
doesn't
would
hear
speak common, and they would hear it in whatever language it is. They wouldn't. It's like TARDIS.
Yeah.
It sounds like she is speaking.
Yeah,
That's
it's
all.
basically a translate.
Yes,
Right,
if they understand common, they would hear common.
But if they understand common, they'd hear common. We don't know if any of them
That's
understand.
what we're saying. Is I don't think it's that they don't understand it. It's that they're too hoity-toity.
When the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language, hear the target understand what it says. It's very vague.
Yeah. And if they
It's
understand
very vague.
common, they'd hear it as common. So it's risky to have Elias speak if they're specifically not allowed to speak. And
I can ask.
It's not. It doesn't say that they would understand it as its language. Just
Yeah.
I
They'll
mean,
understand
the
it as language they
DM wants
understand.
to rule it, so you know.
the way I interpret it is that it's basically like the TARDIS effect. People hear it in the language that they would expect to hear things in. So if
we should have had Elias cast tongues on Wiria, is what we should have done.
Yeah.
Well, we weren't expecting they wouldn't let you talk at all.
I mean, I think Cortanis needs to do all the talking because Elias's charisma is shit.
Yeah.
The dwarf kind of turns to the rest of you. Does anyone else need magical aid to understand what will be spoken?
I don't.
Cortanis will say, "I understand quite well in the tongue."
So long as we are not there forever. For long.
How long has it been?
What?
How long has it been?
It's about 30 minutes at this point. He says, the chamber door will open when they are ready for you. And he sort of stiffly bows and then turns to leave. And you're all just kind of sitting there waiting.
Can I see or
quickly the Wiria or language?
Yeah, it's like you can kind of see like a peripheral kind of. And you can.
So I'm not totally blinded, but it's like I'm literally wearing a black cloth over my head.
Yes.
What doth thou wish me to say?
I can cast tongues on Wiria, but
and you don't have it.
Well, I would still have it.
Yeah, it's not a concentration spell.
It just lasts for an hour.
It just lasts for an hour. So
that might be the best choice. If we know, since the DM interpretation is they hear the language they expect to hear.
They expect to hear. Yeah, because the wording of the spell is very.
Yeah, I was reading it much less generously. Yeah, I mean I think maybe that's what we should do, and then Wiria can continue to understand for the entire hour.
I can just say I can give her the ability to temporarily speak, your language. Mm-hmm. So.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
And that way also Wiria's got it for another hour, which is good.
Yeah. All right, so I'll go ahead and cast tongues on Wiria then.
Okay.
And hope I don't
need that spell slot.
I hope I don't need more. I have levels, and I still have my 4th level spot, and hopefully I won't need either. I mean, ideally,
right.
We can help.
So,
Felice is, I feel like, still trying to talk and getting very flustered because nothing is.
Wiria pats Felice on the shoulder and says, "It's okay, Felice. Just I'm sorry."
Yeah. I mean, you could probably take the thing off in order if you wanted to speak.
Well, that was the thing. It was am I allowed to take it off?
At least until we go into the room. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then in that case, she would take it off and be like, "Guys, I couldn't talk and I could barely see. This thing's weird. Do I have to wear this?"
When we go in, I think.
That's up to you. Right. If you wear it or not.
I mean, I'm not allowed to talk anyways, I guess, which for me it's probably good that they force me not to talk. I'm not the greatest at not talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was just remembering past conversations.
Felice kind of blurts out whatever comes to her mouth, which she will continue to do. It's just that this thing will silence her and they won't know.
Yeah,
Felice,
keep rambling
perhaps
in
not
the air,
others.
Yeah.
Others doth not understand, perhaps, the wisdom of thy words.
Thank you.
I
The weirdest look.
guess we wait.
Baby looks back at it and just goes, she gets it.
So,
Sure.
you sit and you wait. A couple of minutes pass. 10 minutes.
Oh, they're doing this on purpose.
20 minutes. It's been about a half an hour. So Wuria, your spell fades.
But Elias
The
has
tongues is still there for another 30 minutes.
The tongues is still there. But your
Oh, I
comprehend language doesn't fade.
It's
And
like a
Elias'
doctor's
spell
office.
fades. And after about another 10 minutes after that, the doors you can see they open, and on the other side are two guards. So whereas all of the other guards that you had seen were all wearing, sort of very elven style armor, these two are decked out in some kind of highly decorated plate armor that is covered in intricate scrollwork, in really tall, pointy helms with giant plumes coming off of them, and just sort of the doors opening onto them, is sort of after it's been almost silent, and you just sort of hear this thing open. It's kind of startling for a moment. And they just kind of stand to the side. They've got massive tower shields, and long glaives, and they just kind of stand to the side to let you go through.
As I see the doors opening again, I'll go ahead and recast tongues on myself.
Okay.
So look to Felice and say to
Because I'd like to be able to, since I know who, at least.
And actually, I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages on myself, so at least I can understand once tongues fades.
Okay.
Layering the
these guys
spells.
are jerks.
Yeah, really. And also to Cortanus, the spell Elias cast may fade before we're done. If that happens, I will step back and you will need to speak for us.
So as you begin to cast a spell,
It doesn't work?
no, actually, those two guards that you see turn to face you, and one of them immediately throws weapon to interrupt your spell.
It doesn't. Wait.
You said it had somatic components, correct?
No, it doesn't. Tongues.
Mine does.
Oh, yours does.
Comprehend languages does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the doors open, and immediately someone begins.
Apologies, I just wanted to ensure that I could continue to understand their
Wait,
words.
you said they're moving to attack Wuria?
Yes, one of them.
Alright,
one of them moves
gonna-
into a defensive position and then forward, basically throwing like it's like a spear at you.
Cortanus wants to try to protect her with that.
Wuria instantly puts up her hands and says,
Yeah, Elias is just stepping.
I was simply trying to ensure that I could continue to
soon as it looks
understand the language
there.
spoken in this room. If you do not wish me to cast, I will not do so.
There's there was sort of quiet murmuring and it sounded like conversation going on behind them, and when the doors opened, but as you start speaking, it is silent. They missed though, by the way, because I can't roll for shit. So. But it basically it just almost right over your head. Apparently he's not used to throwing things at halflings. They're a little shorter than he anticipated. I'm
still standing.
Right. And it's just there's just a tense moment, and you.
You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're cutting out a bit.
Okay. He pulls a sword, levels it at you. I'm just making sure Tracy wasn't calling something from downstairs. And you don't understand him because he speaks in Elvish.
No, I do understand him because tongues is still
My
up
tongues is still up.
Yeah.
for another
Tongues is still
20 minutes or so.
So Elias cast tongues on her.
Yeah, I cast tongues on.
Oh, right, because that was still still 20 minutes. So you do understand. So he says, "You will stay here, under guard. Do not move. If you try to cast another spell, you will be killed on the spot."
Very well. She looks at Cortanus and
Can I go pick up the spear?
do you want to go pick up the spear?
I mean, I will hold it basically with the point facing myself.
Like, we explained, like, earlier, though, that
Yeah.
when we were going to talk about this, we were just going to say that we're just going to speak the truth, but leave out the Raven Queen. That was the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like if Weary is not allowed in, Felice is like, is it alright if I stay out here with her? I don't want to leave her alone, and I mean, if I go in there, I'm blind and mute anyways.
Go for
Warrior
it.
continues to not be able to cast persuasion, or do persuasion. I'm so sad.
Yeah, really, like...
You hear a high, feminine voice speaking from behind in Elven. Please enter.
Where you moves to sit, because she can't enter.
The guard basically tracks your movement with their sword. And then the one that was sort of like had a stance and was blocking the doorway, as soon as the voice says please enter, he immediately steps to the side. Still at attention, holding their spear.
Katanas keeps her arms away from her blades, but walks forward respectfully. So in front of Elias.
Nice.
Can I like present the spear back to the guy like shaft first?
He just sort of like he doesn't really take his eyes off of Wuria or lift up his blade. I mean, it's not like right in your face, but he's probably it's probably about like 3 or 4 feet away from you. So not like super aggressive in your face, but like you are under guard. And mechanically speaking, if you start casting a spell, he is going to react.
Yeah, I mean, Waria's just calmly sitting, not...
Felice is gonna sit next to her and say, I'm gonna stay here and just like kind of quietly and just like...
The guard just kind of nods to the side without taking his eyes off of Wuria. As you're like presenting the
You can't talk or understand it anyways, they're not gonna throw a fit if she doesn't go in. So
I don't think you're throwing it.
oh no. He said it in response to what I did, so
No, you were.
So Cortanus, Elias, and Aiden enter. Okay.
Yeah, I'll stay to the back.
really
Oh, and we just left.
Yeah, it's okay. It just I got that all snap things messed up, so I'm just reloading.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, as you enter, Elias, having had a vision of this space, it does appear somewhat different. So there aren't these like 7 large, ostentatious thrones spread around, but rather just 7 chairs, kind of in formation. Now, in your vision, the one that was second from the right was the one that was sort of bathed in moonlight. However, it appears as if all of the inhabitants of the room currently are all standing about in different areas. It looks like there's actually like some tables off to the side with food and drink, and there's 2 people sort of quietly talking with one another, who are sort of pausing their conversation to look up at the group as they walk in. There is a table that is sort of present in the center of the chamber, and there are 3 elves, and these are the veiled, so they are completely covered in sort of very diaphanous, gauzy type clothing and robes or gowns or anything like that. It's almost difficult to tell the gender because so much of them is covered, and you can see that they all have like very long gloves, and so there is no skin at all presented. And then there's one elf. They are seated in the very far right chair, just sort of very lazily leaning on one arm of the chair, just kind of watching. And then there's another that is kind of standing up near the front, and your guess is maybe this is the one that may have spoken. And you can hear, judging by the voice, slightly higher pitched, welcome you in. Please please step inside. And she sort of steps back a little bit to give you. And at this point, like all of the veil turn and look, and you can see, other than that one guard, or there's one guard that's remaining in the antechamber, basically just kind of follows you and is staying right behind you as you enter.
So if it looks like they're going towards their seats, I'll kind of try to keep an eye on that, whatever that was, the 1 second from the right. The seat that in the vision was
right.
lit. But
they don't. The three that are at the center table kind of look up and take a little bit more notice. The two that are off by the side table kind of just turn and start having their own, whatever conversation it is. It's quite kind of difficult to hear.
I also step forward and do the motions and bow deeply.
The three at the table and the one in to be more inclined to interact with you. The other ones, one of them, they seem to be watching intently. Although very, like, by their body language, they're kind of like just kind of leaning back in the chair, one hand kind of resting on their chin, perhaps. And the one in the front, the lead, kind of nods and in a very formal, acceptant, corresponding motion to yours. Thank you for coming to speak with our council. When we received word that there were strangers who have entered our town with news of our first raid, we were concerned, and we wished to know the circumstances, what had happened, and how you came upon this knowledge.
Whereas Ala's gonna say something, otherwise Katas is gonna bow her head again.
I'm trying to remember what we said we were going to
Yeah.
a week ago.
There's like a long, drawn-out pause that's getting like more and more awkward.
Katas bow her head. Thank thee for having us, and she'll speak in the Cinquenya.
When you do, the two elves in the back immediately turn and face you, and then back.
So you cut out.
They're picking.
Yeah.
So as soon as you began speaking in the Old Elvish, the two that were in the back immediately stopped their conversation and turned to face you. The one that was lazily in the back immediately sits up and is very interested in what you're saying. And you immediately catch like nonverbal reactions between everyone. The one in the front doesn't seem to have reacted as much. But
I'm very good at reading a
Elias, that's more like what Elias picks up on. You're kind of
she's bowing her head like very, very formally. She's trying to keep within traditions she remembers.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that got
Elias is like, this is good.
I don't know, but it got their attention.
Well, we have their attention.
I speak on behalf of mine group. We were traveling from Tesoa. That's the correct pronunciation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tesoa.
Close enough. Until it actually comes out of Matt Mercer's mouth.
Okay.
Close enough.
Mm-hmm. We had come upon a group that had been, I suppose, attacked by a black dragon at the ruins of. It was some kind of like keep or castle, right? Or
like a tower.
It was just
a tower.
A tower.
Like a watchtower kind of situation.
A watchtower.
Of a tower partway through the swamps. And we had joined up with merchants that were traveling to thine city. On the way there, we had to come upon the corpse, unfortunately, of thine first ranger. We did not know what had happened, but from the appearance, it seemed to be something that we had seen before in Tesoa. There were monks that had been creating aberrations from people, and we were worried.
And when you say monks and aberrations, you quiet from the 3 at the table and the 2 in the back. Maybe you can, Elias and Aiden, you're kind of in the room. And
I'm definitely watching the room.
You can pick up the reaction. You're having a harder time understanding Kurtanis because it's like Old Elvish, but you're kind of getting the gist of it. But monks and aberrations definitely come.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Aiden doesn't speak like Old Elvish. Because I'm setting that up as like a pseudo sublingual. Anyways, we're not going to get into D&D linguistics right now.
Right.
I interrupted. Sorry.
That's fine. So we wish to know for sure if it was the similar creatures. So my charge used a type of magic to be able to speak with the soul of thine first ranger and learned their name, their title, and what had happened to them. And so afterwards we were set upon by these types of aberrations. We destroyed them and continued forward to thine city, at which point we met with thine guards and gave the information that brought us to thee.
There's a very pregnant pause.
So we weren't going to
We're going to mention magic. We had to mention
We were going to mention we had to
Yeah,
mention
that's
maggots.
That's
She's
true.
not mentioning the Raven Queen at all.
Yeah.
She nods her head and inclines deeply. The trials that you have faced on the road are not unknown to us. Our first ranger had first brought us word of strange creatures and monks some time ago, and we had sent her to investigate. It saddens us to know that she has fallen. And the 2 in the back and the 1 in the chair are sort of very still. But you can sense movement or reaction
So yeah,
from the ones at the table.
Yeah, as she says that, I kind of just scan the room to see how each of them react to. Do they actually seem saddened? Like when she says they're very saddened, I just want to see if I can get a sense of how each of them are reacting to. Does anyone seem special, or do anyone seem like maybe not so sad?
I'm going to actually have you roll in this case.
Natural 20.
So
Don't try to lie to me.
no, I'm not trying to lie. I'm trying to figure out how to express this clearly.
Don't try to hide it.
Oh, okay.
I see all.
Yeah. So as she's discussing, the person who's sitting in the chair is shifting their weight back and forth subtly. Like, these are all people who are masters of communicating in very subtle ways and controlling themselves so that they are not understood, because the whole thing with the veils and the way they're dressed and the act is that it's very difficult to read them, intentionally so, it seems. However, your very keen eye, you catch almost, just sort of out of, like, as you're sort of looking about and kind of scanning, almost like a flicker of shadow out of the corner of your eye. And it just sort of draws your attention for a moment as you look at the 2 in the back. And just something, maybe it's a trick of the light. Maybe it is, you're not quite sure what it is, but for a moment, so the interior of this large, tall painting, unlike everything on the exterior, is not lit through natural means, through actual torches and stuff, but it's actually lots of fairy fire spells and the such. And for an imperceptible moment, it's almost as if they're completely encased in like a shadow. And it just sort of draws your attention. You're watching that. The woman who's speaking with you seems to be the most effective. Her voice almost imperceptibly breaks as she is speaking. And you see one of the figures at the table flinch as well. And like you can see like their hands tightening and gripping the edge of the table. If they weren't wearing gloves, you'd imagine you could probably see like their knuckles whitening.
Okay, so you said one of the people by the table also very effective. But okay,
right. And she continues that we had been hearing reports of travelers on the road being attacked, of strange sightings in the mines and quarries and farms outside of the city. But we had so far been unable to identify what was at cause. We had found some evidence of a husk, almost, of a creature, a cocoon that maybe had undergone some sort of metamorphosis. And that is when we sent our first ranger to travel from here to see what she might be able to discover. And she went alone, perhaps to move with more speed and with more discretion.
This certainly matches at least what we know of the creatures we have fought before, or the ones we have encountered. We regret thy loss.
And then from behind up till this point, it was only her that had been speaking. But the elf who'd been in the back at the table speaks up.
Is this one of the ones that seem to have the shadow pass over them?
No, they're the ones in the back by the food table, like the refreshment table. No, this is the one that was like gripping the table.
Okay.
And you can hear in her voice, it's somewhat strained. Please, tell us. And you can see like there's like the formal we. Like she misspeaks and goes from saying me to us. It's like she sort of interrupts herself to rephrase it. What exactly happened with the first ranger? And was her body still intact?
Look to Elias.
Mostly. I think I cast
Gentle Repose,
because that's a ritual.
Yeah.
I seem to remember doing that. I did use a spell to help preserve her body until she could be recovered. I'm not sure you actually want to hear.
She slams her fist on the table. I have asked you what had happened.
Can also bow her head apologetically and say,
And like you can see, like the other elves all like turn for a moment.
the first ranger's body appeared as if the aberration, the creature, some sort of creature, had erupted from her form, as if she had been infected by such a parasite, and it had matured.
Sorry, it's